Podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the Voice of the People. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
Every day I'm hustling. 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 Every day I'm hustling.
We don't fight for rings and stuff like that. I don't fear anyone.
En este deporte no se viene a jugar y no le tengo miedo a nadie.
We don't come to play in this sport. I fear no one in this sport.
Does that mean that you will fight Triple G later this year?
Como lo dije en la pelea pasada, ahorita mismo me vuelvo a poner los guantes.
As I said in the last fight, right now I'll put on the gloves again.
¡Viva México!
Canelo wants to unify all the titles.
When did you realize, Andy, that you could take his power?
Because of the Mexican warrior that I am, I got that Mexican blood in me. So, talking about the Mexican style, I just proved it.
BoxingVoice.com.
Hey, Daddy.
You fight with nobody.
This a dollar beat. This a dollar beat.
BoxingVoice.com.
You won the belt with
Hey,
nobody.
Daddy.
BoxingVoice.com.
This a dollar beat.
You never gonna get the fight, man. You're a horrible fighter. Payday,
BoxingVoice.com.
payday. You want payday. I know that. Oh, look this guy. There's a plan to go for the belt, and I'm coming, man. I'm coming, my friend. Get the fuck out of here, man. Please, get the fuck out of here, man.
BoxingVoice.com.
Because I'm gonna fuck you out right now, motherfucker.
BoxingVoice.com.
Good morning, TBV. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another morning edition with the Boxing Voice Radio. Luckily for you, it's a double day. Today is Thursday morning, so it's not going to hurt as bad that we're doubling down on Canelo, even though it's Crawford fight week. But the pound-for-pound king, Canelo Alvarez, dominating the headlines. And now we have legend Antonio Tarver giving his take on Canelo's next option. But I want you to hear something before we go into his take. Now, I guess I might as well tell you the take since it's in the title and in the information. No sense in making my, listeners wait. So Antonio Tarver took to his verified Instagram and he said that all the Canelo fans have been trolling him because of his comments about Canelo moving up to fight a nondescript cruiserweight and having a fighter that has barely fought on TV being thrust onto a massive stage. He says that he will later give his take on this, on why this could be the biggest duck in boxing disguised as an attempt to become a 5-division champion. Now, I found that interesting because this isn't a regular title. This is not Rocky Fielding. This isn't an interim belt. It's not a silver belt. Makabu is the true WBC champion, the true coveted belt. The green belt is the coveted belt. And then he's the true champion of that green belt. So I don't see how this is ducking disguised as a 5th division champion. He's beating the true WBC champion. But good morning to all. Welcome back. Let me get out to my co-host joining me bright and early out in Milwaukee. What's going on?
I'm good. I beat Polly. I left with his belt and his girl.
This a dollar beat.
And I know all y'all against me.
Good morning, TBV. Good morning, Ness. Yeah, it's an early one. But I'm glad I'm here to start my day with you guys.
Yeah, man. Antonio Tarver, listen, I guess he's qualified. He was a damn good analyst on Showtime. He didn't lose that position until he tested positive in the Latif Coyote fight. And they never brought him back. I never understood that because, before there was Paulie, there was Antonio Tarver. And before there was Antonio Tarver, the commentator, obviously there was Antonio Tarver, the boxer that, is most famously known for his line, any more questions, or any questions today, Roy, when he famously fought and defeated the legend, that is, Roy Jones Jr. Now, Tarver has other wins as well on his resume to make him, I guess, eligible to give an opinion on Canelo's trajectory. But obviously, I'm more concerned with your opinion and the opinion of my community. And what do you guys think? Is this a duck in disguise? Those are some strong words and some interesting words, I think the word disguise is making everyone laugh for sure. And the word duck has definitely got people or their feathers ruffled, all pun intended, right? So I don't know. Where are you with this? Is Canelo fighting Makabu the biggest duck in boxing? And is it disguised as a 5-division champ, as Canelo attempting to become a 5-division champ?
Well, I mean, first, just Tarver said is any more excuses tonight, Roy, not questions. But also, I don't know. I'm not going to sit there and call it a duck, but let's call it what it is, though. I do think that he's going to fight a champion he's capable of beating. I wouldn't call it a duck, but it's not necessarily the fight people were looking for. I mean, let's be honest. This came out of nowhere. I mean, you called him going to Bridgerweight, so you are right. You called him going to a higher weight to do great things, but we all assumed that he would go get Better Beeve or Bivol. We were only looking at the weight degree, the weight class above it. So I don't know. I mean, I can see where maybe Antonio might think that way, but like you said, he's got the regular belt. I mean, it's not like he's going for a regular title or a secondary to that title. But I do think that he's probably picking the weaker fruit in that division. Still a champion, not taking that away. I mean, if you win a belt, a world belt, it's an accomplishment. But yeah, I mean, I get his point about a guy who hasn't really fought on TV like that, putting him, at the front of boxing. People can look at that whatever way they want. I wouldn't say it's a duck, but I would say they're going for a 5th weight class and they're picking a, I guess, safer fight to do it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's always going to be difficult to say that you're ducking when you're moving up even 1 weight class and you're facing the champion there. So I don't see how it could be a duck. But I got a super chat from Fred Robinson who says, I can't believe nobody is asking who this guy be or what has he done to deserve a shot. I guess that's just reserved for fighters people fear. But I don't think that's true, Adrian. I think that we would be asking who Charlo beat. Who did Andre beat to get this shot? Makabu doesn't really have to beat anybody because it's Canelo challenging himself at a different weight division. So it's not about the champion getting a shot at Canelo, more Canelo giving himself an opportunity at that champion's belt because he's trying to make some sort of history. I don't see how this has anything to do with what Makabu has done. Makabu didn't earn this shot. People need to get that out their mind and try not to confuse the two. When they ask you what has Charlo done, it's because Charlo wants to fight. Makabu never asked to fight Canelo. He never was in the media asking for Canelo. He never assumed he would fight Canelo. So if you're gifted a Canelo opportunity, you don't ask what did that man do to deserve it. He was chosen. He won the Willy Wonka ticket. It's simple. He has the lottery ticket. And there's a lot of envious and jealous people out there.
Well, and it's on Makabu to, this fight's not official, right? There's no paperwork. It's not signed, if we're being really honest.
No, it's not.
It's really up to Makabu whether he wants to give Canelo that shot, knowing that if Canelo takes that shot, it's going to be, I guess, in Canelo's world. Does he want to risk losing his title? Which I think a lot of us are looking at like, yeah, there's a good chance you're probably going to lose that title. Is he going to risk that? Because it's up to him to accept that because he's the champion at that weight class. I'm not saying he won't because, let's be honest, that'd be the payday for him. But, who knows? Maybe he'll value the belt over the payday. I doubt that because I would probably try to go win and get the money. But, it's on him to accept that too.
And you mean Makabu?
Yeah. It's on
Well,
Makabu.
we'll have his manager on in about 20 minutes. And
that's what's up. I see you working.
And we're going to try as well to give you his audio because he's verbally and physically accepted the fight right at the convention. He was interviewed right there and they said, hey, this is what he's like, yo, I gladly accept Canelo's offer, and who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? But yeah, let me go ahead and play that.
I accept the fight.
Okay.
I accept the challenge because I like to fight the best. Canelo is not a small boxer. Canelo is a superstar.
He's a superstar.
And I respect him. I got respect for him. And I would like him to come in my television to challenge, and I will prove it. Then the television is different.
So that was interesting to me that he's like, I would like him to come to my television. So I don't know what he means by that.
I think Nessie probably has a little bit of a language barrier, but I think we were all kind of talking about how cool this fight would be if it was in Africa. So I think maybe he's thinking, it'd be great for you to come over to Africa and give me a hometown championship title fight. Because if you think about that, that'd probably do a lot for wherever they have it, the economy. Kind of like bringing something big to, Vegas does it all the time, but I think that's what he means. They might have something worked out ahead of time if he accepted so quickly. That's kind of how I look at it. They must have talked before this because he's accepting it at the convention. So I feel like their team must have been in talks. This was a very precise move. I'm thinking they knew about this way ahead of time.
So Tarver, he's not the only one that feels this way. He's in the title, but there's quite a few experts out here that believe the same thing, that this is a duck. That this is a duck. Now, I'm waiting on the producer who said he sent it via email, which it has not come through.
So, now are these people saying exactly who he's ducking, though? Are they coming out and saying the names?
Well,
or are they just saying
I'll do you one
him
better.
Fighting?
I'll do you one better because we do got some audio that I want you to hear because I don't know that Tarver is saying it's the biggest duck in boxing more than he's asking the question, because he does preference it as, could this be? Could this be the biggest duck in boxing disguised as as an attempt to be a 5 division champ? But I also want you to hear how he sounds last week.
Hey guys, it's Antonio Tarver, the champ, and you're listening to Tarver's Tape. It's the recap of the big undisputed super middleweight championship last weekend. Man, we saw Caleb Plant fight his butt off, giving Canelo all he can handle down the stretch. Had the right strategy, he really did. The game plan was perfect. That was definitely the way to beat Canelo. But I believe he needed to just press a little bit more, be a little bit more assertive. I didn't see any body attack. I think that body attack would have served him well down the stretch. Would have took a little steam off of Canelo. Probably wouldn't have had enough in the tank to finish him. Could have seen that decision. But hindsight is always 20/20. I think Caleb Plant proved that he's one of the top dogs in that division. And if Canelo moves up or moves on, those belts become vacant. And I can see Caleb Plant definitely fighting and becoming world champion again. So we'll be keeping an eye on him. Where does Canelo go from here? Man, they talking about him going up to light heavyweight, and even I hear them mentioning the Bridgewater weight. I mean, if he come back to the Bridgewater weight, I might have to come out of retirement. But no, all jokes aside, I mean, I think that they are just feeling that, Canelo is on another level right now with his ability, and right now I don't think his team care who's in front of him. I think they feel confident that he can beat Benavidez or Jamal Charlo for that reason. I mean, they're very confident right now. He's the undisputed, and he's knocking these guys out. He's not going to the decision. He's finishing these guys. He's finishing world champions. That's a statement that he's making. And with the confidence Canelo is riding on right now, I mean, I don't think, in my mind, I don't see him fearing any of those fighters. But I will say this. It took him a little longer to get the job done this time around. With Caleb Plant not really being noted as a big puncher, I mean, you would think that Canelo would have really forced that issue a little earlier. But hey, as with age comes, Father Time. And I'll be the first one to step out and say, even though he's at the top of his game right now, Caleb Plant proved that with the right mindset, with the right assertiveness and aggressiveness, and with the right type of punching power, you can give Canelo a run for his money, but that's going to take, again, a special type of talent that a lot of people believe David Benavidez and guys like Charlo has. So, and don't forget Andre out there. As a lot of people believe has the perfect style to beat Canelo. So we'll keep an eye on that and see what's Canelo's next move. There you have it. You've been listening to Tarver's Tape. Until the next time, stay safe.
Well, and the reason I wanted to play that long clip, about 3 minutes, shout out to Antonio Tarver, the legend, is because he clearly says, I think Canelo and his team are confident that they beat Charlo, Benavidez, all those guys. That's why, there's rumors of them going up to that Bridgewater weight. He said it wrong. He said Bridgewater. But, he still said it. Like, I don't think Canelo fears none of these guys. So, again, last week you thought he didn't fear them. This week you're questioning if this is a duck to those same guys that you don't think beats him. He said that. He just said other people think that these guys are special and could give him problems or beat him. But he never said he believes a Benavidez or a Charlo could beat him, So The only thing he said is more along the lines of he could have done it faster in the Caleb fight. So it's interesting that from one week to the next things change, especially when he, like me, was believing the Bridgerweight rumors. You know, he thought it could go up, and who knows? Maybe what he's calling a rumor is one of our Instagram posts, because he's on all our comment sections. So shout out to Tarver again. You know, he puts his take on every post that I put out on TBV's Instagram. So maybe he's seen our title, because every morning I put it out like, yo, this is what we're talking about. This is today's discussion. And so all I'm saying is, if he was willing to come out of retirement, now why are you calling this champion nondescript? You know, and again, it goes down to the conversation that we had a few days ago with the community. You know, how do we value a champion? You know, why do we call some champions good and others not good when it's very difficult to win a title? And I thought we established that we were no longer going to downplay a champion. If you won a belt, which many people have never done, you know, many people have never won a belt. Some great fighters, right? I thought someone educated us the other day and said Ernest Shaver's never won a belt, right? But he's legendary. But he never won a belt. And yeah, people are going to say, yeah, Ness, in this era, it's more watered down. You got 47 titles, and you're right. You're right. And still some motherfuckers don't win a belt. Even with 47, they still ain't champs out here. So we got to at least respect those that are able to get into multiple title opportunities and finally win one. You know? Shout out to Kiko Martino 2 times. Because just when we think we know something, boxing teaches us, nah, one punch changes everything. And, you know, sometimes that cliche is true to the heavyweight division, but Kiko, again, all the way down at 130, showing us that one punch changes everything in this sport, you know? And that couldn't be any truer, Adrian, in this conversation, because the man's fighting the Cruiserweight. So, again, I say, how am I ducking if I'm fighting out of my division naturally by like 4 divisions? I'm naturally out of my division by 4, easy. I'm 5'8". Bradley stood at 140 and 147 his whole career at 5'8". Somehow, Canelo's 5'8", but they say, nah, he could go to heavyweight. He's big enough to be a heavyweight. They different. They both 5'8". So I don't know, man. They put Canelo in some very hard standards and some big ass shoes to fill, for real.
I mean, listen, that's the danger. I mean, I've watched Makabu's fight, so I'm not gonna sit there and say that this dude is mad hittable. Canelo's definitely gonna be able to counter him. I've seen, watching in full some of his last few fights, dude, Makabu gonna get hit with Canelo counters all day. And he was getting rocked by them other dudes. Now, it's about how does Canelo's power stack up when he gets up there. But also, this dude can punch, though. Like, he's got some power. So, I mean, there's that risk. He's got that puncher's chance. He's natural at the weight class.
I'm so frustrated with the way people, their thought process. Like, if I'm ducking, right? If it's a duck in disguise, well, then why doesn't Charlo move up 2 divisions, 3 divisions? Why isn't Benavidez like, if this is so easy to do that a 5'8" Mexican can do it over and over, why is no one else doing it? And why is it not considered a cherry pick if they do it? You know, it's a very unfair standard, bro. It's crazy to me. I mean, I don't think that we would call anyone else a duck. Like, Tank, I get what they said about Tank, because what? Mario Barrios was a regular champion, not a real WBA super champion, not Tio's belt, not Josh Taylor's belt. But Makabu doesn't have a secondary belt. This is the real WBC. And they are envious again and jealous that they're not intelligent enough because they've been a WBC champion. They've never activated the clause. They've been a WBO champion, but we've heard rumors that Canelo was going to activate his WBO clause to fight who? Billy Joe. They just use the rules of boxing and people get jealous and mad at them. Charlo could have went there. Jermell, Jamal, Devin, any WBC champion could have been there and staked their claim at whatever the fuck they want to do. If Devin want to say he want to fight Canelo, he could have petitioned. They would have denied it. They would have said, come on, bro, you too small. Ain't no way. Your resume hasn't proved it. But Canelo's resume proved that he is capable of going to cruiserweight and taking out somebody. So they approved him. But the jealousy and the envy in these people because they can't come up with a plan. Where's your team? That's Eddie Reynoso right there. That was Eddie. It wasn't no lawyer. It wasn't anybody, hiding in the shadows. It was his right-hand man right there with the fucking plan laid out. And they shook up the whole sport, and everybody's mad. They mad.
Listen, man, he got a team like this. I know you don't watch other sports, but it's kind of like Canelo's now the Tom Brady and Reynoso's Bill Belichick. I mean, obviously that's played out a little bit different, but he's got that kind of team around him and those type of people moving him right. Yeah, I mean, he's going up for a 5th belt. I mean, I'm just being really honest as a boxing fan going, that's cool, but I think Makabu's very beatable for Canelo's skill set. You know what I mean? I think there's danger there, and I agree with you. We don't see Charlo doing it. We don't see anybody else trying to jump up that many weight classes, so I'm with you on that. But at the same time, I'm going to be realistic about it after watching Makabu fight and go, if I had Canelo's skill set, his perceived level of power, shit, I would chase that greatness too against that kind of fighter.
Okay. So Makabu is an easy cherry.
I'm not saying he's an easy cherry. I'm not going that far because he's a champion, a world champion, not the real champ at that weight class. So I'm not calling him cherry. What I'm saying is he's got qualities that make him beatable for Canelo based on style. So that's all I'm saying. It's a good style matchup for Canelo.
This all I'm saying. There's other people out there like Makabu. See, I know Makabu. This is the thing. Who knows this guy?
Arsen Goulamarian.
You know who knows him? Brandon Glayton. Because that's who Brandon Glayton wanted to fight after he beat the Nigerian that's trained by Ronnie Shields. But that is the WBA Super Cruiserweight champ. Brandon Glayton is what? 5'8"? 5'10" at best? So, Charlo Benavidez, be great. Brandon Glayton, I never seen Arsen fight in my life. I don't know who he is. Glayton wants to fight him because that's the Cruiserweight champion. He's a Cruiserweight. Charlo, Benavidez, Jamel, here you go. Here's your opportunity because Makabu ain't good enough. So prove Canelo better. There you do it. Get Arsen then. And I never heard of him. I'm not telling them to go fight Britis or Coley. We know them difficult. Who the fuck is Arsen? You understand? Because if it's so easy, let's see them all do it. I want to see them all do it. Instead of complaining. A lot of complaining going on. This super chat couldn't be more truer right here. Or actually, it couldn't be more of a lie. Fred Robinson said, this is the perfect opportunity for Benavidez and Charlo to snatch Cinco de Mayo weekend and September and make networks take notice. Shh, emoji 100. No, 100 is, that would be great if they done it. Shh is because mum's the word. They'll never say it. It'll never get done. It'll get never brought up. You already heard Benavidez. Charlo don't want to fight him. He said he's scared to get in the ring with me. He called him a pussy. We got 2 years of Benavidez hunting Charlo down. Somehow Canelo's ducking Charlo. Charlo's not ducking Benavidez. Go figure. Go figure. Go figure. Meanwhile, I don't hear Charlo calling Canelo no type of pussy. But you got Benavidez saying, this dude want me to take vaccinations. He coming up with so many excuses. Nobody calling him a duck. It's funny. It's funny. I'm telling you, it's funny. But how does that work? So Charlo deserves the fight, but he don't deserve to give Benavidez the fight. He deserves the Canelo fight, but Benavidez, who's a two-time champ, doesn't deserve to fight the champ at 160. Go figure. Go figure. They acting as if it's not the green print. They act as if that's not what Floyd did. No, that wouldn't work. I guess Charlo and Benavidez in Texas is a bad combination somehow. Come on.
Nah, bro, I see where you're going with it. I mean, I'm with you. That's a great fight. That fight should definitely happen, especially considering it's looking like they're gonna have to wait on that ticket at least one or two more times. Because as we talked to, I think Dan the other day, it's not like he's gonna go up to cruiserweight, fight, and then sucked back down to 168. I would hope that he would go look for a champion at 175. Because I feel like that's what he's doing. He's going to pick off that cruiserweight title, and then he's going to go look for hopefully a champion down at 175, and then go back down to 168 to defend the rest of those belts, if he can even hold on to them that long. That's what I'd like to see.
How are you? Good morning. We're doing well. We're doing well. Could you give us the pronunciation of your name? I don't want to butcher it. I know I'm horrible at pronunciations here.
Not a problem. It's Damien Durandt.
Durant?
Yes.
Oh, simple enough. So, Damien, thank you for coming on the show. For those that are tuning in just now, this is the manager, and I don't want to butcher his first name. I know Makabu. The first name, not easy.
So I'm not the manager of Makabu.
Oh.
The manager of Makabu's name is Tariq Sadi. I'm the trainer for Ilunga Junior Makabu.
All right, so the trainer. All right, so I was right the first time around. So obviously your team is being met with some heat, man. I call it a bit of envy and jealousy. How are you receiving the news of Canelo Alvarez challenging your fighter Makabu at 200 plus pounds, right? Or now it's going to be 190 for his WBC title.
So obviously Makabu and his manager are at the WBC convention in Mexico at the moment. I'm still in Johannesburg, South Africa. So I haven't been around much of the media that side to see what's being said. And obviously I can see that a lot of people aren't happy. They wanted to see the Benavidez fight for Canelo. However, I think it's an interesting fight for Canelo. You know, he's already won a world title at light heavyweight, and for him to be stepping up at cruiserweight with such a big jump in weight, it's going to make for an interesting fight.
I mean, obviously, from a competitive standpoint, you're relishing in the fact that they consider your guy the underdog, but secretly you must be happy, right, for your team, because Makabu is a puncher. He's not small. I met him at the last WBC convention. He's very big, and he has a real punch. So I don't know. Are you happy about the situation? Do you think a knockout is possible?
You know, I think a knockout in boxing is possible. You know, we've seen great fighters go down to the canvas. No one is invincible. At the end of the day, they're two men, both with the set of hands and a skill set. And it doesn't matter who steps into the ring with Canelo Alvarez. He'll always be the favorite, you know. Even if he had to get into the ring with Benavidez now, people would still think Canelo's the favorite. It doesn't matter who steps in there with him. Canelo will always be the favorite. And there's nothing wrong with being an underdog. It just means you need to put in the work to be the top dog. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to look for the knockout. I don't think there's a reason to go to points. We need to utilize our size and our reach and our height advantage. You know, there's a lot of factors that play in our advantage. Junior is a southpaw. He's an awkward southpaw, and he can punch. You know, he's knocked out 25 of his opponents in his 28 victories, and he's fought good high-level cruiserweights. And it will pay on the night.
So, obviously, when we think of this fight, we think of Anthony Joshua, Alexander Usyk. That's the first thing that comes to my mind, right? People wanted Anthony Joshua to treat Usyk as a heavyweight, not try to outbox him, be the bigger man, and go in there and get rid of Usyk. Would that be, I guess, the game plan, so to speak, is to just be the bigger man and wear down the smaller Canelo?
Well, we've seen it. I mean, obviously, with Joshua not fighting that kind of fight, it took its toll on him during the fight. He allowed Usyk to box and fight to what Usyk likes to. Well, his fighting style and what he likes to do. You know, at the end of the day, we're going to strategize and come up with a game plan for the fight. But I definitely think we need to utilize our advantages, and it would be stupid to try and outbox a guy like Canelo Alvarez, who's got such a good IQ, great counter puncher, good reflexes, good defense. It would be silly not to take the opportunities and our strengths and make use of them.
Now, far too often, guys like Makabu get on this stage and they're too respectful. But you seen Orlando Salido didn't respect Vasyl Lomachenko. He had another thing on his mind. He wanted to introduce him into the professional ranks. How can you ensure us that you'll be able to instill that into Makabu, that he won't be touching gloves with Canelo and get caught up in the, I guess, big fight promotion? He's not been on these bright lights. These lights are hot.
I get you. You know, obviously it will be the first time, should I say, Makabu's fighting on the biggest stage in boxing, and this is what I think he's always wanted. You know, he's always wanted to become a world champion, and this is past world champion status. This is about being recognized as an elite fighter, taking on what we call as the pound for pound best at the moment. So Makabu needs to put all of that aside, get down and dirty, do what he needs to do for the fight, and look to create his own history. He doesn't need to fall into the trap of being part of Canelo's history. He needs to break his history and make his own.
Now, does he feel like this is his moment? I mean, I can only imagine you guys have won the WBC title. Does he feel like this is his moment, kind of that moment to define his career?
So yesterday, I spoke to him, and we had a short conversation because obviously the time frame between Johannesburg and Mexico City is quite big. And he said to me, his words were, "Baby, this is what we want. This is what we've been looking for. This is my dream, and I'm going to take it." So Makabu's up for the job. He's excited, and Canelo needs to understand. And the fans need to understand that Canelo's requested Makabu, not Makabu's requested Canelo, because their team feel that they want to step up for the challenge. Now, if we look at what Canelo does, he's fought great fighters along the way, and obviously they feel that Makabu is a solid test. We know that Canelo's not a favorite. He doesn't like southpaws, but most of the southpaws that give him trouble are guys that fight on their back foot, move around, utilize their footwork, good feints, and make use of the reach. However, he's never had a 200-pound man walk him down that's a southpaw, that's awkward, and throws heavy shots.
So I want to ask Damien, were you with Makabu for his fight versus Tony Bellew?
No, so what actually happened is Makabu started his career with my late father, Nick Durandt. He had his first 13 pro fights with my father. Then he left my dad. He joined another trainer for about 3 years. He came back to my father to fight for the WBC Eliminator. They won it together. And then Makabu split from my father, and he met up with someone else and went to the Bellew fight.
So I feel like you feel like maybe the split was the cause of the loss?
I do. I think, there's in boxing, we've seen it time and time again. A trainer and a boxer have to establish a good relationship to get the best out of one another. And I think if we had to go back to that time, I think there's a lot of things my father would have changed for Makabu going into that fight. I think his preparation would have been better. Mentally, I don't think he would have gone into a fight thinking Bellew was going to be such an easy fight. You know, his mind frame was he didn't take Bellew as such a threat. And if you look back at the fight, Bellew was the underdog. And, you know, when Bellew told his story, he said that for 2 weeks, every night he dreamt Makabu was going to knock him out. And Makabu put him down in the first round. And that's why Bellew has said that's the greatest victory he's ever had in his career. And for Junior, I think it was a learning curve. And it was to see that whether you're the favorite or not the favorite, you need to not get overwhelmed with the bright lights that boxing can sometimes bring to the table.
So I don't know if you know about Antonio Tarver's take on Canelo and Makabu. He's calling it the biggest duck in boxing, disguised as an attempt to become a 5-division champion. How do you receive that?
You know, Antonio Tarver's got his opinion and what he feels. He obviously spent some time with Makabu, and that's his opinion. You know, at the end of the day, everyone's got their own opinion and how they see things. But at the end of the day, it's not him getting into the ring. If it was him getting into the ring, you'd be very happy about it. But it's very easy to be a critic from the outside. And don't get me wrong, he also had his successes in his career. Maybe he just wants to be a part of Benavides not getting his golden opportunity. But also Benavides needs to respect the fact that he never respected his weight division at 168. And maybe if he respected it a bit better, the situation would be a little bit different for him now.
And obviously you're alluding to, you know, his cocaine test at losing the belt and then losing the belt again on the scales.
Yeah, I'm more discussing about the weight factor. You know, at the end of the day, as a professional sportsman and a professional fighter, you need to respect your weight division. And if you cannot make your weight division, you then need to move up. I think it's very disrespectful for fighters when they don't make weight.
So, Damien, where's your accent from?
I'm from Johannesburg, South Africa. I've grown up here my whole life.
Okay. I didn't know you were from there or not. All right.
So I got a question for you too. Do you feel that your fighter has the type of one-punch knockout power to shock the world and put Canelo down with one shot?
That's what
I mean, I've watched some of his fights, and he looks like he's got very legit heavy hands.
Yeah, so he's definitely got heavy hands. I think he has got one-punch knockout power. If you've done your homework enough, you'll see that he's got quite a few one-punch knockouts. He's also a very good combination puncher. And one thing Makabu does is he brings a fight. So he's not going to just shell up and try and move on the back foot. He's not that kind of guy. He's going to come and bring a fight. I mean, if you want to see two of his more recent fights, you'll see the fights against Dmitry Kudryashov, which was a complete war. They both left rip. His fight against Alexei Papin, where he put Papin under great pressure. So Makabu's that kind of guy. He comes, he offloads his big shots, and we need to see if Canelo can take those kind of shots from a guy that's a legitimate cruiserweight and fought his whole career at cruiserweight.
What do you think about the fact that he is a southpaw? How much trouble do you expect that to give Canelo? Because he has fought southpaws in the past, obviously nowhere near the size of your fighter, Makabu.
So it may not be such a troubling factor because Canelo had more issues with guys that were more mobile, had better movement, utilized the ring a bit more. So I think that's where he had his troubling factors. I think for a guy like Makabu, who's a cruiserweight, he's bound to stand there more and move less. So I don't think that's going to be too much of a factor. I think, obviously, Canelo being small, we need to be cautious of his counter punches and what kind of game plan Canelo would bring. You know, I don't foresee him trying to stand toe to toe and trade with Makabu. So it's going to be interesting to see what they're going to bring. And obviously, I need to sit and obviously take it more of as a study to see what he's done in different fights and how he handles different things. You know, 2 fights that stand out to me. Triple G, the first fight, he fought on the back foot. He didn't look great. Second fight, he came forward, he put pressure on Triple G. However, the difference is now it's a cruiserweight and not a middleweight. But we have to respect the fact that Triple G is a very big puncher.
So going with the counter punching, I did watch some of those fights that you mentioned. It seems as though your fighter gets hit with some counters here and there and has been buzzed by some of those counters. I mean, tough guy, tough chin, buzzed, fights through it, keeps going. But is there any worry about Canelo's power coming back with counter punches, seeing that you guys have gotten caught by probably slower guys? Is that a worry at all?
So,
something you're planning for?
Definitely, I think counter punches are going to definitely be something that Canelo is going to try and bring to the table. You know, he's a very good counter puncher. You could see it in the fights against Billy Joe Saunders. You know, there was a counter uppercut that broke the cheekbone, and he's a very good counter puncher. So obviously, I don't want Makabu to fall into any sort of traps to be caught up with stupid counter punches. But this is boxing. He's bound to be caught, and Canelo's bound to be caught. You know, there's big questions. Will we feel the power? I'm not sure. I don't really think so. You know, Makabu has fought at cruiserweight his whole career. Some of the guys get in the ring at 100 kilos. Yes, they may be slower, but they're definitely heavy-handed. I think the speed is going to be a contributing factor, and also the fact that Makabu's never fought someone much smaller than him. You know, he's always fought guys bigger and taller than him. So there's a lot of interesting aspects that we will have to work around, and I'm sure the same will be felt for Canelo. But one thing's for sure, Makabu's definitely not the slowest puncher in the cruiserweight division. He's definitely got a good set of hands on him, and he's able to let his shots go quite quickly.
Do you think that the power of Canelo won't be able to carry up? And how dangerous do you feel it is going to be for Canelo moving up? Because fight fans seem to think, you know, I'm sorry that you're part of that team, but they seem to think that this is a cherry pick for Canelo on the internet. They're calling Makabu a cherry, and they're not respecting that he's moving up 32 pounds or more to face him.
In my honest opinion, I don't expect Canelo to come into the fight too heavy. I don't think you're going to see him get into the ring at 200 pounds or 195 pounds. I think he's going to come in probably around 84 kilos. I don't think he'll come in anything heavier than that. You know, I don't think he wants to take away from his head movement and his feet and take away from the speed too much. And I don't think he'll want to be too flat-footed if he wants to be counter-punching in the fight. So whether people think he's cherry-picking, that's their own thoughts. You know, boxing fans will always have something to say. And we just need to accept it. You know, I've already got messages on social media telling me that Canelo is going to knock my guy out in the middle rounds, and the insults are already flying. To be honest, I've got one simple thing I can say. They can go fuck themselves. At the end of the day, it's not them getting in the ring, and they ain't there to do the job, and they ain't there to put in the hours in the gym to get my fighter ready for a mega fight.
Absolutely. Now, I do want your thoughts. There's strong rumors that this fight may take place in the Republic of Congo. How possible do you think that is? We haven't seen a fight there in forever, right? I mean, what was it? The big one was there, right? So how possible do you think it is for Canelo and Makabu to actually happen over there?
I think logistically it will be very difficult, you know, for people to come from all over the world to come to that fight. I think will be very tough. I think it's a great location in terms of history and the history that's around Rumble and the Jungle, and it being a fight between a Congolese fighter and with the pound for pound best in the world at the moment. So it would be a great storyline. It will be incredible, but I think the logistics of it all will be very difficult to put together. I probably think the fight will land up being in the US. It just makes easier logistic sense for the fight to be put together there.
Now, there's also been rumors, not of this fight, but of Canelo wanting a Mexico fight. Do you think that would be possible there, or same thing, economics?
I think it's possible. Dazn has launched their Mexico model. It happened, I think they had a tournament there about 3 months ago in Dazn. So I think that it is possible to Mexico. It obviously needs to be in a very big stadium. And obviously Canelo is going to draw a lot of people into a stadium in Mexico. So it's also a big fight to add to the history books with it being there in Mexico.
All right. Well, I do. Those are our last questions. I do want to thank you, obviously, for your time. I appreciate you coming on. When Makabu gets back, we would love for you to set it up to have him come on and get his takes. But I do want to have you know that if you can find it, you can put money on Makabu right now. Well, actually, not you, because you're his trainer, which means the odds won't favor you, but somehow Canelo's an underdog in the fight, which respectfully he should be with your fighter being a cruiserweight. But, many people think that this is not an even fight, but Pro Boxing Odds does have Canelo as a underdog, which has never really been seen. So that's interesting.
Interesting to see, as it goes, as the bets start to get laid, the odds will start to change.
Exactly.
And, it's going to be interesting to see what it will all come down as we get closer to the night of the fight. And let's get behind the magnitude of this event. I think it's going to be something special. And I promise to all the viewers out there that Makabu will come 110% for this fight. And don't be surprised if you see the upset.
Well, definitely appreciate your time, Damien. Thank you for coming on the program, and we can't wait to have you back on. And until the next one, give out your social media for anybody that doesn't know where to follow you can do so.
I've got 2 handles. I've got a Twitter handle. It's at Damien Durandt, and Instagram's the same, at Damien Durandt. Thank you guys for having me. It's been a pleasure, and hopefully we chat soon.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Have a good one. Thank you very much.
Take care.
All right. There you have it. The trainer of Makabu live on the show. And as always, we appreciate his time. And so what did you think of that? And Pro Boxing Odds does have him as a underdog, and I mean Canelo. So I am in touch with my bookie rep so they could update the odds. Okay, that was him that hit me, I think, because bro, they need to update those odds ASAP so that I can lock it in. Canelo's a plus 300, bro. If you could find him, lock it in, homie. Lock it in. That's all I could tell you. It ain't they haven't done it on my bookie yet, but the minute it is there, lock it in. This like that Dillian White bet I told y'all to lock in, man. I want to get money when y'all get money off that. Dillian White's next for Tyson, even though they try to kill him with the 20% and he got the whole legal situation. That bet looking less and less probable, but it's still probable. Let's see here. Did they put it yet? Makabu.
Nah, hey, you know what? I did like the fact that trainer seems to kind of actually know where they're at. It seems like he had a good take on what it is. Knowing that they are not the A side, but that they were challenged.
Well, yeah, man. I'm in touch with Antonio Tarver. I'm trying trying to get him on the program too, just so we could get it from the horse's mouth. You know what I mean? But haven't been able to lock in a time that we can do it for today. And I'm on Pro Boxing. Let me see if they have it now, because I'm being told that those could have been an error. I don't know. Where is the fight? Maybe
so Tarver, you played the clip earlier of Tarver's show. So he has the second show where he's calling him a duck.
What do you mean?
Week later, Canelo.
Well, Tarver. Yeah, he's teasing everybody. He's like, I'm gonna talk about it on Tarver's Take, so he's got to go. He's just telling you what's been happening since he said what he said. But now, with the reaction, he's gonna break it down, obviously, on his Tarver's Take. But you see how he does it. That's why I'm trying to get him on, because he's just sitting in a loud cafe, no mic. It's like, come on, look, you could do a little bit better than that and get that thing out there to the masses. But damn, I don't see the odds. Maybe they right. Oh, there you go. Saul. Ooh, they did flip. Canelo. Now, I don't know. Did they flip, or did everybody just hurry up and jump and put money on Canelo? But I guess not, because then that would have meant Makabu was still a minus 300, right? I don't know. It could have been flip, y'all. Makabu, because Makabu's not a minus 400. He's I guess they say the names needed to be flipped, and then that would make sense. But Pro Boxing does have Makabu, excuse me. He definitely pronounced it Makabu, and Canelo odds already. Canelo's a favorite, so we late, fellas. If we was right, we wouldn't know, because
you wish you would have put that money down right at that moment, don't you? Right now,
yeah.
I see the look of disgust in your face.
Yeah, it does say last change 19 hours and 1 minute ago. So did it ever change? I don't know, man. I'm not good enough at that to know. Actually, they help us here. What's that say? Nah, it opened up like that, right? No, it says Saul. See, they might be wrong, bro. They might be wrong. It says Saul opened up at a 300, man. Right? Or am I reading that wrong? Because it got plus 300 right here.
Man, I don't know too much about that betting. That might be a James Payne thing. You might have to check up on that.
I don't know.
I'm working on it now. I'm looking right now.
They say the odds were never real. But the odds are real on Pro Boxing now, and they are flipped. Canelo is a minus 400. Makabu is a plus 300. But he's still a cruiserweight. And he wins by knockout. So, I don't know. I don't know. It may be worth that $5 or that $10 bet, just in case that Canelo's just balking up too much. Like, it's still a big task, man. That's what I mean. Like, we think it's a cherry for Canelo. We think it's so easy for Canelo, yet we can't picture anyone else doing it. You know what I mean? So I think that we got to get our shit together, man. We can't say it's a cherry for one guy, but then no one else can do it, or make excuses as to why they shouldn't be doing it. Oh, well, I don't want to see him move up because he's got his own business. Ain't nobody asking you that question. We asking you, can they fucking do it? Can they do what he's doing? That's all. But
at the end of the day, there's always your Buster Douglases. Like every statue can fall. I mean, nobody's unbeatable.
Mm-hmm. And we don't know when Canelo's chin is gonna stop being fucking granite, right? Like, come on, you're moving up the cruiser. This dude isn't Tony Bellew either. Yes, he lost to Bellew, but he's not Bellew in the sense they moved up from.
He punched Bellew hard as shit, though. I mean, if you actually watch that knockdown, it was brutal.
But
what
he
I put his ass down.
What I mean is, it's not like he moved up from light heavy and became a cruiser. Like, this dude's actually a cruiserweight, But go ahead.
Oh yeah, he's got legit power. I mean, I watched those fights. I mean, that's what's going to be interesting. Like, that's legit power.
As of 21 hours ago on Betting Insider Journal, Canelo is a minus 1,200. Makabu is a plus 600.
Damn.
The sports geek.
Them some shitty ass odds.
Sports geek has Canelo.
Make
as,
sure your mic is connected, champ.
I'm working on the champ, but Canelo's a -400, and right now on the sports geek. So I'm just going through different ones, but I'm working on that.
You ain't getting no money betting on Canelo. You're gonna have to put down the bank. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. The odds are the odds. I mean, I don't think we can say it's a fix, but we know that they picked that guy for a reason. He's still a cruiserweight, still possesses the power to possibly, put anybody out at that weight class. It's always my thing. Once you get up in the 200-pound range, I mean, you can definitely get hit with one shot. Just like the heavyweights, I mean, you're close enough to it. I think it'll be an interesting fight, though, everybody, just because you got a guy, I think, that's going to come forward and actually fight with Canelo as opposed to trying to box around him. I think the guy's going to be big enough and strong enough to actually try and sit and have a war. I think we're going to win as fans because those two styles colliding with the size and the punching power of Makabu, I think it's going to be just a great fight to watch no matter what we think of it if Canelo wins.
Yeah, man. I mean, I'm excited to find out if it actually happens, right? Like, they're obviously being met with resistance through the fans, so it's gonna have to go down to the networks. Are they willing to pay for it? Is this something that they think would attract eyeballs? You know?
I mean, dude, they paid for Rocky Fielding.
Yeah, but that was...
Well, how much money did they give Canelo for that?
But it was a deal. Remember, it was like, yo, here's the Rocky Fielding carrot, right? So you could see what we doing over here, and then the 10-fight deal. So that was 11 fights, but that wasn't part of the 10-fight deal. So that was just to get him in the door, you know? I don't know. I don't know that PBC wants this. Again, like, I know who Makabu is. I don't know that everyone in the world knows who's Makabu. And that's where you're at. Like, because this has to be pay-per-view. You know, I would prefer Dazn. You know, this is the second day in a row I'm saying that. I would prefer Dazn, so it's $8 for us. And, you know, he can do what he wants, and it doesn't cost us any more or less for him to achieve his greatness. I got Show Kid 2005 that says, don't consider it a duck just because of the weight difference. Multiple fighters and trainers have called it a duck move. Who knows? Hashtag still SDS. I don't know, man. You're a trainer. What do you think? Well, you already said it wasn't a duck. You know, I don't want to. You already said it wasn't a duck. It's not a duck.
I mean, listen, like I said, it's not a duck, but I don't think, if I'm being honest, I think that this dude, if you're going to fight somebody at cruiserweight, has the style that Canelo wants. I've seen the guy get hit with several counter punches and get buzzed and stunned, multiple times within one fight. So I think that Eddie Reynoso and Canelo aren't stupid. I mean, Canelo's got good defense. He gonna fucking hit that boy with counter punches all day. Hard counter punches.
So basically, you know, that could be used backwards then. So everyone is seeing Andre's style, and they're like, yeah, that's a difficult style to win, so we just ain't gonna fight him. Because if you're saying that fighters pick the style they think they can beat, well, they obviously pick the style they think they can't beat. They obviously avoid that style. You know?
You did avoiding a come forward guy? I mean,
no, if you're saying that they're looking at Makabu and they know that's a style they can beat, well, then every other fighter is looking at Andre and they know that that's a style they cannot beat. Because don't nobody want to fight him. Ain't nobody signing up to fight him. Ain't nobody calling him out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You know, all I can go with is...
So then that means that everybody's doing the same thing, is all I'm saying. You know, everyone's doing the same thing. They're picking the style that they think they can beat.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, from a trainer's perspective, I mean, Why wouldn't you go pick the style that you're like, look, this guy's tailor-made. He's going to come forward. He's slower. He gets caught with counter punches. He gets buzzed at his weight class. It's like Canelo's power. That's why I was asking the trainer what he thought of his chin, because I watched those fights. I watched him get buzzed by shots. I watched Bellew put him down. So I'm just saying, if you're open for counter punches and you're going against a guy who's really good at counter punching in Canelo and has a great defense, even if you're coming forward on him, I mean, to me, styles make fights. I think Eddie knows.
It's just funny. CYP, I see your counter punch. Sorry, just seeing it. I will get to you after this sentence. It's just funny to me that in this sport, singling out your flaw is considered ducking or cherry picking. If this was the basketball court and I see that I could cross you up, I could just cross you up. I'm not being called a duck because of that or a cherry picker because of that. No, I'm better than you, and I'm proving it by showing you in a one-on-one competition or in a team competition in basketball. Like, I don't get how this is any different. It's like, oh, you a champ? Oh, I'm about to show you don't belong to be a champ. Like, I'm a better champ than you. I thought that's what this was. I don't see how this is cherry picking, but let me get to this counterpunch real quick. And before we do that, I might as well do this.
These calls are brought to you by Big Rigs Trucking Agency, experts for all your insurance and trucking needs. For quotes and consultations, visit us at brtagency.com or contact us at 908-943-6918.
CYP.
Yo, if I go over, you know the deal. Just let me know how much. Okay, listen, man. You got fighters like Sugar Ray Leonard who moved up to fight the best fighters. He didn't move away from the best fighters. You got dudes like Bud who moved up to 47 to the. To me, it looked like Canelo likes to move away from the best fighters to fighters who are lesser than. Let's be real here. 168 had no killers. He has no killers. He moves to these weight classes, but there really ain't too many dogs up there and avoids the dogs around him. Secondly, Charlo. Charlo isn't at 168. How you gonna duck somebody at 168 when you at 160? That's actually never been heard of until it's Charlo. If anything Charlo do, we gonna act like it happens all the time. Charlo has no reason to duck Benavidez, and that's Benavidez is asking him to come to 160 and say, yo, I'm coming to 160 for you. What's up? Then if he says, no, I'm not fighting you, then that's a duck. Other than that, Benavidez ain't got no belt. It don't even make sense. That's one. Okay, Bradley is 5'6", not 5'8", as you've been saying 2 days in a row. He's 5'6". Boxing is about weight classes, not height classes. Mike Tyson was 5'10", fighting at heavyweight. It's not about your height, it's about your weight. If it was about height, there would be no 6 foot plus welterweight. Boots wouldn't even be a welterweight if it was about height. It's about weight. There are plenty athletes, professional athletes who are 5'10" and under who are 200 plus pounds. I'm gonna give you two greats, Emmitt Smith, Barry Sanders. Both of them are 5'9", 5'8". They're both over 200 pounds, and they were in shape all the time. So the fact that Canelo can make these weights is a good thing. He's a bigger dude than the average dudes that he fights. If you get up in a fight and you fight a dude who outweighs you, that's different than fighting a dude who weighs the same. Wilder fights dudes who outweigh him. Roy Jones fought Ruiz, who outweighed him. That's not the same as fighting in a new weight class where you can make the weight just like the next man. I'm out of here.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's funny you bring up Wilder because you always credited Wilder for being small and fighting guys heavier than him. And regardless of anything, at the end of the day, that's what this would be. Canelo would be smaller by both inches in height and in weight, This is not his division. So, I'm just lost as to how this could possibly be the biggest duck in boxing disguised as a 5-division or an attempt to be 5-division champ when no one was talking about Makabu before Canelo did this, You know, Adrian, and that's what's sad with the sport, right? This guy was this cherry waiting to be plucked that no one plucked. Now, Canelo wants to fight him, and it's like everyone's upset, which I don't get. No one else wanted to fight this dude, and everyone was okay with Canelo getting a tune-up, just like Jack Catterall with undisputed Josh Taylor. Like, I don't understand. You undisputed an entire division in 11 months, yet you still have to go through this theoretical gauntlet to satisfy the fans.
Well, let's look at it this way. So I'm gonna play like a little devil's advocate. Now, I'm not saying this is personally how I feel. I'm just saying these are some of the narratives. There are a lot of people, or I won't say a lot, but there are people that say Canelo cleaned out the easiest division in boxing, right? There are people who are going to say that. He went to a weaker division to become undisputed, right?
Let's be clear that Antonio Tarver, who's a legend, said that that was a great fight and that Plant fought the perfect game plan. He just needed to be more assertive, have a little more authority, and go to the body. He didn't say nothing about weak division, and he's a multiple times champ, you know, a legend, right? I don't get these dudes that never fought saying something is easy. You've never been in the ring, but you know it's easy. That's insane to me, man.
No, I get it, but I'm just run with me on this. I'm telling you, it's not my personal feeling, but some people out there think that that was an easier division to conquer, and now they're looking at it that he's conquered the division. Look at the two people that most people want him to fight. Either a Charlo, who's not at 168.
Let me attack that narrative, though. It's an easy division to conquer. Meanwhile, Caleb Plant wanted to unify with David, and Samson is on video all over the internet saying that David wasn't ready.
Listen,
how is it a division waiting to be conquered? The dude that they think is going to beat Canelo's own trainer said he wasn't ready for Plant, the guy that Canelo beat. Make it sense.
I'm just throwing that narrative out there. Tear it up after I'm done. All right. Listen, so there's that. Now we look at it and we go, okay, we want him to fight Charlo, who's at 160, not 168, right? So that's Charlo jumping up to fight Canelo. So really, some of that's on Charlo too, right? You come up to 168 and do something to get that attention. Then there's David. That's the other person that, you know, universally people would like to see him fight. Now, going up in weight classes, there's a lot of people that wanted to see Bivol or Beterbiev, right? Is it Beterbiev or Beterbiev?
Whatever I don't want to want. Whatever one you want.
Yeah, I got you. So a lot of people wanted to see either one of those two guys, right? Now you have you who was like, no, he's going to Bridgerweight. He's going to go snatch that new WBC title.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, he shoots in the middle of your prediction and where everybody else wanted him to go, and he goes to Cruiserweight to get a 5th title. So some people, I think, are looking at it as, and I'm not saying me, because I think, you know, to undispute at any weight class, you got to beat all the champions that are currently there. But I think people are looking at it, you could have went to 175 and started conquering there and gone up by each weight division. And instead he jumped to a person that, if you're a casual fan, and even someone like me, I didn't know. I don't follow the Cruiserweight division ever since Steve Cunningham and some of those guys came out of it. I didn't know him. So there's going to be a lot of people, if you don't know who he is, and after me watching the way he fights, you know, I go, wow, that's a winnable fight, I think, for Canelo, based on style. So I think there's a lot of people out there who are they were looking for him to go to 175 or fight a Charlo or a Benavidez. It's not the fight that people wanted. And that's why there's pushback, because this is a name that nobody expected. I mean, let's be honest, Ness, did you expect this guy? Would you have guessed this?
Nah, but because it's so close to my guess, I'm happy with it, because I knew that there was opportunities like this to achieve this greatness. I seen it in Rivas. And mind you, let me show you a picture of the person in question because there is a misconception. I do not think this is the biggest duck in boxing. Antonio Tarver, the legend, thinks that. This is his take, you know? And we'll show that now. This is his verified Instagram. Here is the post with over 1,700 likes and very, very many comments. And then this is him further clowning next to Makabu, saying, hung out with this guy all day yesterday and didn't even know that he was fighting Canelo. But the beauty of this picture is not the caption. The beauty is, again, Oracle Ness showing you Antonio Tarver in the middle, who started all the hoopla. My selection, Oscar Rivas, who's smaller than Makabu. And Makabu next to the very big Antonio Tarver, who was a full-fledged heavyweight at one point, but started at light heavyweight. Just to put things into perspective, I'm still predicting 6th division champion Canelo in the future will become 6th division with Fashion Nova wearing, jean short wearing Oscar Rivas. I seen them shorts on the catalog. I know those are Fashion Novas. Yo, but look how small he is right there. Y'all know Canelo smokes this dude's boots. Again, you don't know that because you didn't watch the fight with Ryan Rozecki, but telling you, he smokes his boots. Are you looking at Adrian or no?
Yeah, no, I'm looking.
So yeah, we finally got 2 other experts who also have similar opinions to that of Antonio Tarver, and that is the trainer and father of Ken Porter, and it's also from Tim Bradley. 3 fights with Manny Pacquiao. Easily should be maybe first ballot Hall of Fame. I mean, he does got that one controversial win. I bet you people don't even, not everybody remembers that it's controversial at this point. They probably just look at that like, oh, he beat Pacquiao. Let me see. We're going to go to Super Chat and then go to this audio. We got Mr. D. Lockey, who says, we expect the most out of the person who is doing the most, but yet expect nothing from Charlo, Benavidez, and Andre. Keep that same energy. I'm telling y'all. I'm with you, B. I'm with you. That's why, I'm out here, man. That's why I'm out here doing it the way I'm doing it, because I don't get it. It's like, how does this guy who just undisputed, the knock, Adrian, was, he didn't undispute 160. You know, why didn't he undispute? He could have undisputed. So now he finally undisputes a division that's never been undisputed. And the dispute is, I want you to defend all those titles versus Benavidez now, even though no one else defends undisputed. I didn't see Usyk do it. And Josh Taylor's yet to do it. Teofimo needs a whole nother belt to even be undisputed. Terrence Crawford, who's obviously the new Messiah, he did not undispute. You know what I'm saying? I don't get it. Where are these unfair standards come from?
When you're the face of boxing, I mean, come on, we did it to Floyd too, right?
Floyd never undisputed.
No, you're right. But I'm just saying, when you're the face of boxing, we expect you to rise to every challenge, and we're going to criticize you at every point. We're not, we're going to discount you in any single way when you're the face. That's just part of being the face of boxing.
It's going to be just like Floyd. They're going to love him when he's gone. Then they're going to buy all his exhibitions because he's gone.
Listen, man, come on. People love Canelo now, man. I mean, I think he's got a lot more acceptance than Floyd ever had.
Jaguar Paul says, Big Nello just undisputed. 1 week later, these clowns calling him a duck. They jealous. Oh, no, the jealousy is real. And that's what I'm saying. It's literally a week since he undisputed, and he's going up 2 more weight divisions, and that's ducking. Wowzers.
Well, listen, I mean, what would they, my thing is, wouldn't there be a complaint there would be some people, I'm not saying everybody, would say he would pick a Charlo or a Benavidez. There would still be some percentage of boxing fans who wouldn't like that. That's just how boxing fans are. You're not going to like everything you do. And they're going to criticize you at any moment, any time. And if your name's Canelo Alvarez and you're wearing a crown, you're the king of boxing right now, you're going to be broke down every decision you make. There's always going to be a reason that you should have fought somebody else. He just needs to keep moving forward and giving us great fights. I mean, let's be real. Like, you got to kind of digest this fight a little bit. I mean, this isn't the fight that anybody was expecting. He wasn't even in the names of people we are talking about.
I mean, Josh Taylor was being talked about with Terrence Crawford, and he's fighting Jack Catterall. No one is calling him a duck. You know, it's just, again, everything changes for Canelo. But we got another super chat from Mr. D. Lockey that says, how come we don't expect a round robin with Charlo, David Benavidez, Caleb Plant, Demetrius Andre, Artur Beterbiev, and Bivol, yet are okay with them asking for a handout, game change. Yeah, no, everybody's okay with just like, those guys having their hands up. Can I get some more, sir? Can I get some more? Like, no, go get your own. Go get your own, you heard? We got Alex Vega. And he says, Canelo told us that Reynoso came up with the idea of going for undisputed at 168. Eddie is helping Nelo's legacy be cemented as a great. Yeah, and that's part of my thumbnail, Will Canelo be the greatest Mexican boxer of all time? Because as it is, he's in a class with 4 people right now. Only 4 people in Mexican history have become boxers to win a world title in 4 different divisions. It's Canelo Alvarez, Juan Manuel Marquez, Eric El Terrible Morales, Jorge Arce. So they're in the league all their own, brothers. You can say what you want, but he's in a league all his own, or rather a league with 3 other men, but he will soon separate himself as he becomes the first Mexican ever to go to Cruiserweight and do what he about to do.
You know what, though? I mean, in a sense, shout out to Canelo, though, for doing that, because, listen, for Makabu, this has to be, like, life-changing money, especially living in Africa. And to get that opportunity, to get that shine,
life-changing. Even if you don't get the fight.
He's going to be able to build wealth, not only for his family for a lifetime, but, like, Adrian, hopefully he's the type of dude that, wants to help build the community around him, too. So, I mean, people got to look at it that way. This guy's getting the shot of a lifetime. I mean, in a sense, it's like Apollo Creed and Rocky, like that story. Let's pick somebody and bless them. So, I mean, I can look at it that way, too, that type of story. Like, that's a great storyline to me, that this guy's his life is going to change forever after this. Absolutely. I mean, honestly, he won't ever have to fight again living out there after this fight if it gets made.
Nah, you're absolutely right. But this is the beauty, though. I guarantee you, if for whatever reason this fight doesn't happen, let's say DAZN, right? Because we don't know. DAZN, Al Heyman, anybody can see the Canelo business and pay him to do another fight that entices him a separate way, and they just do that business, right? Makabu comes out of this a star. If he doesn't get the Canelo fight, Okoli needs to jump on this, or that dude Arson. You understand? Like, he's just got an overwhelming amount of attention, and I'm going to prove that when I do a Google Trend search in a sec, but I got a counterpunch from Mr. CYP.
I got to address some things. For one, for people who keep saying, why don't they do it? Why don't Benavidez? Why don't Charlo move up? First off, you have to have the money to offer a man to fight you for his belt in the weight class that he's in. We all know, let's stop playing dumb. Charlo and Benavidez are not big enough stars to get the money back that the promoters will be giving to the fighter and paying them. It's a business first. Nobody's going broke trying to please you fans. They're not going broke doing that. Let's stop that dumb shit. If y'all really want them to fight, what y'all do? Watching every Benavidez fight, start watching every Charlo fight, start watching every pay-per-view. That would be the way that those dudes can start being big enough to offer these bags. Until then, shut the dumb shit up. Secondly, on this, it seems like on TBV, we can never mention nothing factually true about Canelo. If it's bad, can't mention do the wrong. Can't mention the fact that he ducked Charlo with the mandatory. Can't mention the fact that he asked for the 168 after Benavidez dropped it. We can't mention that he asked to be undisputed at 160 and then changed his mind. Nothing I said was negative. Everything I said was true. If you mention that on here, you're called a hater. They're going to pick on you. You can't pick on the king.
Cut it. I am pulling up the Google Trends right now, and we just want to show what's happened.
Well, all right, Ness, I gotta get to work, man. I got some clients I gotta go train. So the rest of the TVV world, y'all have a good day. I hope this starts you off right. I'm out.
All right. Thank you for for joining us this morning, Adrian. Appreciate the help. And we're going to keep it moving. I do want to show this Google trend here as you can see his spikes. I need to show you let me see, web search. But lines are open. I'm going to go to Troy in Baltimore. What's up? Yo.
Nah,
Oh,
you said
shit.
Troy. This is Rob, brother.
My bad. Tried to use the memory.
Nah, you cool. But but Canelo going hard though. Going up to 168. I don't think that's no cherry pick. You know what I'm saying? Fighting. You know what I mean, for the title. I mean, he going hard. I mean, they say you don't play boxing. Canelo playing boxing right now, going up to 168. I don't think people understand how much pounds mean in boxing. Like 3 pounds is a lot. 5 pounds is a lot. You know what I mean? Like Kyron Davis just fought. He just filled in and fought. What's the name? Benavidez at 168. I'm thinking he moving up or something like that. He's a 160 pounder. He planned on not even moving up and fought one of the best in that division. Like that's crazy. That's almost suicide. You know what I mean? So I ain't I wouldn't say cherry pick it.
All right. Cut it. Yeah, well, don't get caught up in cherry pick. Let's remember that Tarver is calling it the biggest duck in boxing, disguised as an attempt to be a 5-division champ. And we got a super chat from Alex Vega that says, everyone remember, this isn't an official fight. You're right. It isn't been official. This is just, a petition that got approved. Who knows if the networks are interested, because obviously they would be the money behind this. Oh, that's what it was. I wanted to address that comment about Benavidez and Charlo not having money. I mean, I don't understand. Whose fault is that? How is that an excuse? Oh, we can't say why don't they do it because they don't have money. And first of all, they're both with Al Heyman. Like, I don't get it. The problem is they're not stars, and we want to keep lying like they are. Like, if they were, the Charlo brothers pay-per-view would have done better, and they would have been back on pay-per-view like the successful pay-per-view PBC guys, Earl and Tank. Tank could get in with who he wants. He offered Ryan a fight. Golden Boy turned it down. It's not anyone's fault but their own, I mean, the people in question are the ones that can't do a pay-per-view. They're also the ones that can't give you an interview, so they don't help themselves. Benavidez, on the other hand, is the person that everybody wants to see in a fight. and everybody is willing to do a pay-per-view with, right? They're saying clearly Benavidez and Canelo is a big fight. Then they're saying clearly Charlo and Benavidez is a good fight, which brings me to another point that he made. How can you duck someone if you're not in that division? Brother, he's calling you a pussy. He is not just saying, I want to fight. He was asked on live television, do you want to fight Charlo? And his answer was, Charlo doesn't want to get in the ring with me. He's a pussy. It's not Benavidez. It's PBC wants Charlo to move up. Let me show you exhibit like 1000 here, where PBC is saying, what super middleweight fight do you want to see? And they got Charlo there. The guy that you said didn't move up. The guy that you're trying to say isn't ducking, but their network is pushing it. His promoters are pushing it. His handlers are pushing it. You ain't in super middleweight. You trying to be free from being called a duck, but the people that pay you, the television that airs you, has a question right here that I'm screen sharing. Which super middleweight showdown do you want to see? And there's pictures of Canelo, Benavidez, Caleb Plant, and, the non-super middleweight, who isn't excluded from ducking. He's being called out. They're physically talking to him. It's about him. They're addressing him. And you're trying to somehow swerve for him. Stop. Somehow, Canelo's ducking this guy, and this guy isn't ducking the guy on the same side of the street that he can make a super fight with and have the Mayweather green print, black versus Latino, Mexican, in his hometown, in Texas. Benavidez will have no problem with that. Why? Because he's Mexican. So somehow Canelo's ducking Charlo, not Charlo ducking Benavidez on the same side of the street. This is the logic. This is the logic. Hilarious, man. Hilarious. But as you can see, PBC wants that fight. PBC is pushing him to go up. You know, his fans, they don't want him up there with that Benavidez smoke, because guess what? Then he don't got to stick around and save his O for Canelo. That's what it is. They want to give him both opportunities to fight Canelo. They don't want him to go through the gauntlet together. But what up, James Payne?
Why you going in, man? How the audio sound?
Straight.
Is it a little better?
Mm-hmm.
All right, bet. Man, we got 500 people, a little bit over 500 people watching live right now on YouTube, and we need to increase the engagement. Please make sure you hit that thumbs up button on this episode and each and every episode of The Boxing Voice. You know that The Boxing Voice is the place where you come to get the illest, trillest, dopest boxing content. We are the Breakfast Club of Boxing. This is The Boxing Voice. And make sure you hit that subscribe. Make sure you hit the bell icon so that you're notified when we go live with videos. Because if that bell ain't shaking, you ain't baking with The Boxing Voice. Shout out to Doomy.
We got the best dad ever, who says he gonna dive like a gold medalist at the Olympics. Laughing out loud twice, KO in 3. CYP with a CP. Kind of fun.
Now listen, if you want to say that Charlo Ducker Benavidez, go ahead. Y'all seem to think that I really give a shit that much about Charlo. No. I care about Tank and I care about Wilder. I rock with the Charlos. Don't get it twisted. If y'all want to say Ducker Benavidez because he called him a pussy, and you're supposed to fight every man in boxing that calls you a pussy, then go ahead. Fight every dude who calls you a pussy. That means Andrade gotta fight Canelo, because Canelo didn't call Andrade didn't call Canelo a whole bunch of shit. He didn't bust into his press conference. Ain't nobody talking about that though. Secondly, I'm confused. You already admitted that Canelo ducked Charlo when he asked for the franchise. You already admitted that. See, for the new listeners who don't know, Ness already admitted that. So stop letting him confuse you. Okay, he already admitted that. So we can have two ducks. Charlo ducking Benavidez, but Canelo did duck Charlo asking for the franchise. Let's have a truce. I don't give a shit. Let's see if you care. I just said it. Charlo ducked Benavidez. Let's say, could you sit there and say it now? That Canelo ducked Charlo? Let's see.
Nah, man, I can't, man. Whatever I said in the past, cut it don't apply no more, right? Because, you know, James, it's like you and me in Border Wars, right? And you like, yo, I want to fight you, right? And then I'm like, Nah. And I turn around and fight someone that is lesser, then that could be perceived that as a duck. But when Canelo took the franchise and I initially labeled him a duck, right, it's because I thought he was about to do what he used to do, which we remember times where, he didn't unify or he didn't undispute, but he set out to do something and then created history by doing it in record time and in a division that ain't never been done. So in retrospect, I don't consider him a duck because he asked for the franchise status for exactly what is it intended for, to do great things. What'd he do? Didn't fight Charlo and fought a dude that Charlo's trainer, because he said I'm misleading. He's right. Charlo's trainer said that Jamal could not have beaten Sergey that night. So that's what Canelo did. He moved up to 175. Then he undisputed at 68. And all that time, the dude that he allegedly ducked never fought anyone great. So then I stopped thinking he ducked. It's like, how you ducking a dude that's fighting Juan Macias Montel and going 12 rounds when Jaime knocked him out in 2? How you ducking him when you are getting touched up by Dervinchenko? Like, how you ducking him when Korobov, arguably, people want to see a rematch? So I started to come to my senses, it's called. I'm not being, I'm not acting off irrational anymore. I seen things for what they are. And the truth is, one man unified, one man moved up to 75, beat a 3-time light heavyweight champ. One man unified, then undisputed, and got the ring belt, while the other man just sat there pouting and crying. That's literally what he did. He cried, Canelo won't fight me. I want Canelo. Canelo. I'm fighting Hogan. I'm fighting Brandon Adams. Canelo's fighting Makabu at Cruiserweight. You fighting 54 Brandon Adams, 54 Dennis Hogan. Proof is in the pudding. The proof is in the pudding. Nobody should be talking about ducking. My man just fought a 54-pounder, Benavidez. Now, you tell me, why didn't they give us a better fight? You telling me out of the 200-plus fighters Al Heyman got, all he could find was Tyrone Davis to say yes? He couldn't find a better. You telling me David Morrell wouldn't have said yes? You telling me anybody else wouldn't have said yes? You ain't got no undefeated fighters out there. You ain't got nobody in his division that would have said yes. You telling me the dude that's calling him out, that Kevin Cunningham trains, that I could call Kevin right the fuck now. I could put my video on right the fuck now with Marco Escudero calling him out. You telling me that dude who just got a tune-up about a month ago wouldn't have took the fight? Oh, y'all lying. Y'all keeping him with an undefeated record in case Canelo pick him. Like, let's stop acting like we don't know what the fuck is going on. Somehow, he's this, fucking apocalypto warrior that's going to kill Canelo, but they giving him what? Vegan food. My man ain't eating no fucking beef. He ain't no meat. He ain't, what he killing? He killing plants, man. And it ain't even Caleb. You know what I'm saying? Like, the dudes he's fighting, what the fuck would Canelo do to Ronald Graville? And matter of fact, who would you pick? Graville or Yeardom? Oh, yeah, it is difficult to decide who you would pick because we don't fucking know. Because that's the type of fighter he fighting, but somehow he's the killer. And I get it. Sometimes your resume don't say what your skills is, a la Terrence Crawford, right? I get it. But at least Crawford's people believe in him. They at least put him in pay-per-views. They at least attempted to see would he bubble. When they gonna put Benavidez on a pay-per-view? When they got one right in their fucking hands. They waiting on Canelo with their hand out. But they could do their own pay-per-view with Charlo. Oh, that's right. It's Charlo that don't want to fight him. Right? It's Charlo the one that said go get a vaccine. It's Charlo the one that said, I ain't really a 68-pounder, bro. I ain't really a 68-pounder. But we going to call Canelo a duck for going to Cruiserweight. We ain't going to look right in front of our face. Nah, we ain't going to do that. It's okay. It's okay. Like I said, I love being the dude to tell you the truth.
Man, you on fire right now, champ. Like I can't even jump in on it because you just pulled out the Mac 11 and you just let the whole clip ride, champ.
I just don't get it, man. I'd rather be on the other side getting that Canelo because they can't do a good job of getting that Canelo. Like, you know, your favorite fighter sucks balls, man. He ain't doing shit. None of these dudes ain't doing shit. Jaime Munguia been Andre's fucking mandatory forever. Forever. Now he about to try and be Charlo's mandatory. And he ain't going to decide if he taking that fight until he see what happens with Derevyanchenko. If Derevyanchenko Stone Cold knocks out Adames, I bet you that fight don't happen, man. You know, these dudes just sitting around here waiting for these Canelo opportunities, man. It's crazy. That's why I really wanted Rosado to get it. If he could have got that upset, man, just make these dudes go do something. CYP, I didn't get to you? Because I see mad let's goes. I hope those are late.
Yeah, man, that argument you just made, though, man. I mean, damn. When you put it that way, I mean, once Canelo, when the franchise first happened with Canelo, you know, I was thinking it was duck season, and we needed to strap up like Elmer Fudd and go in the bush and hunt Canelo out, smoke him out. But then he had the Golden Boy situation. He had to rectify that. And I was hating on that because that took a minute. But once he got that
6 months,
rectified,
man. That shit took 6 months. See, that's another
thing. Once he got
thing.
that rectified, though, I mean, dude been on fire ever since. I mean, nobody that I can think of in recent history gave me ran them back to back to back. I'm talking about as the season changed, Canelo jumped back in the ring. So, I mean, that kind of activity from the face of boxing, I'm just going to put it like that, man. That kind of activity from the face of boxing giving me something every season. I mean, dude, the man is on fire right now. It's like, to me, Canelo seems like he's just trying to take over boxing, period. He's just going weight class to weight class, knocking people off.
He already took it over, but I got a super chat from Izzy in Oklahoma that says no one knew him. He wasn't on any radars, and that's the problem. That's where the envy and jealousy comes in. Everybody's slapping their lap. Damn, why we ain't think of that? Why we ain't think of that? God darn it, why we ain't think of that? Motherfucker, because you ain't smart enough. Simple. Stop hating. Ain't nothing else but hate. None of y'all was intelligent enough to go pop that motherfucking cherry that y'all calling. Why they ain't, listen to me, didn't Brandon Glayton just have fight of the year? Ain't he with PBC? Ain't he with fucking Mikey Garcia? Ain't he with Al? Why the fuck they ain't pay for Makabu and him? Oh, because they thought, this is what they thought, James. Who the fuck is Makabu, right? That's what they thought. So why I'm going to pay this dude from the Congo to come fight this dude from America? Don't nobody know that dude in the Congo. We ain't going to do that. That shit, man, fuck that shit. Oh, shit, Canelo did. Damn, man, that's fucked up, man. It ain't fair. He got money. He got money. What the fuck is you talking about? Anybody could have done it. You didn't believe in the star power of Makabu or the star power of yourself. You out here looking for a handicap match. You out here looking for somebody that could bring something to the table because you don't bring fucking dick. You don't bring shit. You don't bring a motherfucking thing. You ain't been on pay-per-view since they put you on pay-per-view and they took your ass right off. You off as a duo, not solo. You failed as a team. Come on, man. Like, stop capping for these dudes, bruh. Like, let's just stop lying for them. 120,000 pay-per-views as a fucking team. Gennady did better than that solo dolo. Scarface, no Manolo.
Damn,
even fucking Andre Ward. Even Andre Ward did better than that. David fucking Lemieux did better than that. Daniel Jacobs, oh, he got the fight. Did better than that. You understand? So get your shit together. Oh, you know what? This is really the nail in the coffin. Fucking Terrence Bud Crawford did better than that 120,000. That right there is murder. Yo, that's Ja Rule season, bruh. How you let Crawford do better than you? With Victor Postal. It's two of y'all. You let Victor Postal and Terrence Crawford do more pay-per-views than two brothers from America. But he's ducking them. No. You know what's being ducked? The truth about them. That they not stars. Unfortunately, Jamel gets lumped in as a twin. He's actually done something from the beginning. Check his resume. Jaime's biggest win is Rosado. Jamel probably fought that dude 20 years ago. Jamel, though. Don't get it confused. Jamel. But he's lumped in because he's a Charlo. It's unfortunate. Line 6. You asking for your call, but you're not a ringer, champ. You can't cut the line. You got to wait your turn. Speaking of cutting the line, JT, what up?
So you turn into what's up with this, man? I mean, I'm not hate on Canelo, but you saying the man on fire. How he's on fire? I mean, like, let's be real. Let me know how he's on fire. I'm talking to James Payne because I just heard him say that.
You just say how he on fire, because I mean the man just went on a 5-minute rant and I couldn't think of one single point to object with when he laid it out, as far as these guys do have opportunities to intermingle and get it on with each other and try to get some money, but everybody's in the soup line waiting on the Canelo serving.
Look,
beautiful metaphor.
I've been saying that they don't need to be waiting on Canelo. They need to fight Canelo. I mean, fight other people. They got better opposition in there. Don't put him in their list. But my whole thing is, it's like you sound like you supporting what he's been doing, and he's about to do it again. He about to fight a big fighter, a bunch of nobodies. I'm just being honest. He hopping.
Yo, of course we supporting what he doing over here. What he do over here? Let's be clear. We're gonna be real clear and technical for CYP, right? What'd he do? He ducked Charlo at 160 and accepted franchise status. Then he knocked out a 3-division light heavyweight champ. Then he knocked out, because I ain't got box rec open. He beat Callum Smith, the ring and the super WBA champ and the WBC Diamond champ that petitioned at 2019 WBC convention to face Benavidez. Okay? Then he unified like AJ with the vacant WBC with Yeardom in February. Then he unified again in May with Billy Joe Saunders. Then he unified and undisputed in September or just November 6 with Caleb Plant. That's literally what he did. Not what you guys believe he did. That is what he did. But in that time frame, that was Kovalev, Callum Smith, undefeated, Yeardom, Billy Joe, undefeated, Plant, undefeated. Oh, excuse me, let me do that over. In that time, it was champion Sergey Kovalev, then champion undefeated Ring Magazine holder Callum Smith, then Yeardom, then champion undefeated Billy Joe, then champion undefeated Plant, then undisputed. That was undisputed. That's what he did. And then we didn't exclude that he ducked Charlo, quote unquote. Now, what did Jamal Charlo do is the question since then. So we're going to Google search that before we get to anybody. Since we want to attack Canelo and what he did, let's find out when exactly Canelo fought Alvarez and what's my man's name? 75-pounder Kovalev happened, 2019? Yep, November. Cool. Let's see what Jamal was doing in November. And let's see how many fights he has since November of 2019. Okay. 2019 June, he fought Brandon Adams. 2019 December, he fought Dennis Hogan. So in 2019, when Canelo moved up, he was what, 60? So he moved up 2 divisions, not to fight Charlo, right? He was ducking Charlo, so he moved up 2 divisions to fight a puncher named The Crusher. That wasn't made up. That was his name. He moved up, knocked him out, right? That was in 19 for Canelo. 20 comes around, and he got, mind you, in the beginning of 19, James, he did also unify something Charlo didn't do, Benavidez hasn't done. Anybody that they're saying is ducking, they haven't unified. He unified with Jacobs, then moved up to fight Kovalev 2 divisions up. Not before ducking Charlo, though. Let's remember to say that. Then he comes back down.
Let's play a game. Let's
Okay,
play a game.
yes.
What's the date you got right there? You said that's 2019, right?
Oh, yeah, 2019.
So,
two
you
big
looking
fights.
at Canelo box rec. I got up Jamal Charlo box rec.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, what's your month right now on that 2019?
Oh, we could do May, and your boy fought in June. So let's do May and June.
All right, so
My
in June, Charlo got
my
Brandon
favorite
Adams.
my favorite fighter fought 2 times champ Daniel Jacobs.
All right, Charlo fought Brandon Adams in June.
I'm sorry, I think you must have cut out.
Brandon Adams in June.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Oh, wow, 154-pounder Brandon Adams. Okay. So then Canelo in 19, not before he ducked Charlo in 19, but then he said, "Fuck it, I'm going to 175 to fight a three times champ in Sergey Kovalev." What Charlo did?
All right, what month you got in 19?
I did it in November. You did it in December.
So I came back in December.
Because you always following my footsteps.
Yeah, so in December I fought Dennis Hogan.
Another 54-pounder. Okay, so then I came back in December, right? I came back in December of the following year, 2020, and I fought Callum Smith, #1 super middleweight in the world, Ring Magazine super middleweight in the world, and the super WBA champ, plus the diamond belt champ. Yeah, that's who I fought. Who your man's in them for?
Well, in September I fought Sergey Derevyanchenko. You know.
Oh, okay.
So that was a good fight. That was a big fight. For
I don't know about big, but it was a decent fight. Yeah, decent.
I mean, come on, bro. We was hype about that fight. We thought it was a good fight. Everybody thought that Canelo ducked Derevyanchenko. You know what I mean?
I think people were more hyped because it was the first live body at 60 he was about to fight.
And then Derevyanchenko, I felt like Derevyanchenko actually was very competitive and won more rounds than he was given against the Jacobs fight. So I was actually excited about that fight.
Okay. So after that, yeared him, and that was in February 2021. You ain't fight that year, right? Your mans ain't fight that year, right?
Well, I fought in 2021. I fought Juan Macias Montanel.
Okay,
and I fought in June.
Okay, those are same. That's about the same level. But then again, in 21, Canelo fought undefeated champion Billy Joe Saunders, 30-0. What are you doing that year?
I ain't fought no more. I ain't fought since Montanel.
Oh, all right. So then after that, he fought Caleb. And unified again, then undisputed too. What he doing that year?
I still ain't fought yet.
Oh, you sitting on your hands. So then, I don't know how I'm ducking you. Like, when you read it out loud, how is that ducking? This man fought 3 undefeated champions in the year that you fought Montiel. And let's pull up Benavidez. Who he fought in that year? Who he fought this year? David Benavidez, and I love Benavidez and his family, but let you guys get the fight. Just let you get the fight. Don't do much talking because it ain't you ain't you right there. Look, 2021, Ronald Ellis and Kyron Davis. Come on, man. Y'all saying Makabu don't deserve it. At least, you know why Makabu deserved it based off this? Because at least he lost, right? And showed he could become champ. You know what I'm saying? He came back to defy the odds. Like, I don't know. All right, CYP, what up? I thought I asked you if I missed you. I didn't know if I missed you.
Nah, I got you, man. You know what? James Payne, J Mac was right. You was kissing a little ass right now, my man. Kind of came off weird, but I'm gonna ask you one question. If this question is the opposite, then y'all win. Has Canelo ever told Benavidez, if you fight Charlo, you get me? Has he ever told Charlo, if you fight Andre or Benavidez, you will get me? Has they ever been promised anything? Has there been any paperwork, any draft, any talking, any lingering of these guys doing what you say they need to do to get Canelo? Has that been a promise to them, or even a thought to them that they were going to get Canelo? If the answer is no, put the fucking fire out, y'all, full of shit. There are plenty of fighters who have done nothing to get Canelo but have a belt. Andre had a belt, and he could have been undisputed by fighting Andre with the belt, but he's not a star. The only people that he fought that have not been on pay-per-view, lots of them have not been on pay-per-view, but Charlo has. Step the bullshit. If they fight each other, they have not been promised a Canelo fight. Cut the stupid shit. He fights who we want to fight because he got the bag to offer these dudes the money. These dudes retire after they fight. These dudes go up and they're not even trying to win. They want the money.
Cut it. But I'm a little lost, like what he's trying to say, because I'm trying to understand, like.
Well, I will give him his point with the Andre statement, because I did wonder why Canelo, there was the missing piece at 160, if I'm not mistaken, because Canelo was full champ and he had a majority of the belts.
How is that the missing piece? The
Andre
guy
belt,
to beat at 160 is and was Gennady Golovkin.
Well, he did that. He beat him and took all his belts.
Exactly, and he was the ring.
Gennady
was the ring.
I was hoping for the undisputed at the 160 division, and I think Andre was the missing piece at that time. So I will give him their point. That didn't happen, but he chose to do some other things. And it was one more point. It was one more point that he made that I was gonna say something to, but I forget.
Andre didn't even win his belt from a Ustadzigi type of fighter. I'm lost. The man to beat was Gennady. Nobody was saying fight Andre. People were saying Canelo was ducking Gennady. So let me be clear. Can you duck two people at the same time? Or is it what Mayweather said? When you beat the dude they built up, they just gonna build up another dude. Because last I checked, the Ring magazine, who CYP loves, they decided the winner of Gennady versus Canelo would be the Ring magazine belt holder, and that's what Canelo walked away with. He walked away with all the belts. So I don't understand how all of a sudden Andre became the man to beat. You know what I mean? That doesn't make any sense to me. And, according to the producers, they're saying he couldn't have fought for undisputed with Andre because he got stripped when Derevyanchenko didn't take the $5 million. So they put the belt back up for GGG versus Derevyanchenko, which was the mandatory. Again, that is true. He blamed that on Golden Boy, though. Canelo did blame that on Golden Boy. He said that he never knew he was going to be stripped of the title. That's not what he wanted to happen. And that was a lot of the reasons that, the lawsuit came about. But let me see here. I think my man Zinum is back. Right, CYB?
Yep. Hey, I got a point. You put a little dirt on yourself just now. You said that when he beat Triple G at 160, he was a Ring magazine, which CYP loves. He was Ring, and they said that he was the champ. But when he beat Caleb, he was a Ring magazine. He was the one demanded to beat. So why the hell he got to still go on and fight Plant? See, over here at 160, you did the same thing you did at 168, but there was Andrade in the way, and maybe a rematch with Triple G dude who people think he fucking lost to. But over here, when you beat Caleb, all of a sudden, man, you know what? I want to continue my promise in undisputed. See, at 160, you know what? Forgive me for my discretions. But at 168, I'm going to keep my word. I said, you guys are proving my point. I said, if you bring up facts about Canelo, you will be poo-pooed on this show. Y'all get emotional when people tell the truth about Canelo. And if he wasn't a duck, you wouldn't have to do this show trying to figure out if he is or not. CYP out.
I mean, I don't understand how a person with 5 big wins, not good, not decent, big wins is a duck. You know, I just it's hard for me. It's hard for me. I'm sorry. It's hard for me to understand how he keeps being labeled a duck when he's the only one like creating boxing history, right? Like even Tank, who I love, people dispute his titles, right? Oh, that ain't a real belt. His own contemporaries. You know, I just seen an interview with Josh Teller and Michelle Phelps. Shout out to Michelle Phelps, always hustling. Where, you know, they were talking about the Tank fight, and he went back to the Mickey Mouse titles and the fake belts, and how can he be champ if I have the real belt? He ain't no champ and all this stuff. So, you know, I'm just lost. I'm really, really lost. You know, this guy is creating history, you know. Earl just unified. You know, that's it. One division, you know. Crawford hasn't done his history in a while. Undisputed was a long time ago already. And I think that's my defense too. Undisputed just became big. Like, everybody wasn't doing that. That wasn't like the new wave, you know. It was like Zab Judah and a few guys, man. It wasn't, now it just became 6 males, I believe. I think it just became 6 males to undispute. Like, it hasn't been this big thing to do. You know, Floyd, again, one of the greatest boxers, never undisputed. You know, I don't think that makes him any lesser of a man. And that's what these Canelo haters are trying to do. They're trying to say, oh, you didn't undispute, so you're not great. Meanwhile, Floyd never undisputed, but he is great. It's crazy.
Floyd, he never undisputed. He was very, very strapped up though, and Floyd just ascended to a level where he was the title. And I think Canelo's on that level, but then he put the undisputed level with it. So I mean, he's officially solidified himself Hall of Fame status. I mean, my personal opinion, he doesn't even need the Makabu fight, and he just going to do it. So it's like another bullet point that they're gonna put on his resume when because he's first ballot Hall of Fame right now. I said that before the Caleb fight, and so he just stacking up the accolades right now, man. He's just stacking it up, running it up, as they say.
Exactly, man. They don't understand that his resume speaks for itself. It just speaks for itself. I mean, the approval speaks for itself. Some of these guys can't even petition for what he petitioned because their resume won't give them the clearance. You know, the people in charge would be fearful. It's like, bro, you've never shown that you can do this. Even Vasyl Lomachenko, let me tell you how true those words were. Even Vasyl Lomachenko got denied. Remember, he, with his 300 and plus amateur fights, got denied for a world title fight on his first fight. He was forced to fight a ranked fighter before the WBO, who's in the pocket of the motherfucking top rank, would give him a title shot. So, you know, I just don't get it. You know, to call anybody that's a champion some sort of fake champion, that's what I guess, you know, Vasyl thought when he went and got that shot against Salido, who had those 13 losses, and he got, you know, he learned his lesson. But CYP's back.
Yeah, it's going to be my last one. I mean, the debate was fun, but this one's for the people in the chat and the haters of Mr. CYP. Y'all do a lot of talking, man, but y'all don't call in. Y'all don't drop no money. I'm much more important to the show than you are. So you don't understand me. You don't like me. You can eat a dick. If I could tell you one thing, I told y'all I would start my own show because I can do my own thing. People love you. Y'all say people don't love me. The show is growing without you motherfuckers, and it's going to continue to grow because CYP is real. A real man, a real person, and y'all can hate all y'all want to. And to that dude that tried to come to my show and spam in the chat section, your ass is blocked. But we do like your view, and we appreciate it. CYP out. CYP in your mouth. Watch it.
Well, alrighty then. Jay Will in Ohio. Hold on a minute. Let me actually double check. Make sure I am correct. All right. J. Will, what up?
Like I know, you should lie low. Killer, I used to get it in Ohio.
Yeah, man, pretty entertaining show, man. I don't think you can really call it a duck, and I don't think too many, boxing fans is calling this a duck. I just
Antonio
think
Tarver that's the title. He thinks this could be the biggest duck in boxing, disguised as an attempt to become a 5-division champ. That's
that's the later part of that is I think that's what most that's the sentiment of most, man. It's just the whole disguising this as him, trying to be great. If that wasn't being pumped, if that wasn't being the propaganda being pushed, I don't think so many people would be having. There wouldn't be so much pushback because when we look at the guy, we see how the guy's skill set. Because peep this, not one person has called in and said Canelo is at a legitimate threat to lose to this guy, but still and yet this is called quote unquote chasing greatness. That doesn't make sense.
Bruh,
you don't chase great.
But we wouldn't have thought Mayweather would have lost to Gennady, bro. When you great, like, look, Pacquiao was still the favorite over Thurman and Ugas. Like, it don't matter. You are who you are, and that's why they, think of you in that sort of Superman light, man. But I got Hawk in Maryland. What up?
James Payne and Ness, my man. Do you got me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, man. No duck. Not for those two guys anyway, Charlo just hadn't done nothing. And the question the fans need to be asking for is Charlo. Now we know Canelo's gone. Who are you going to fight next? And how long do we have to wait? All right, get to that first. And as far as Benavidez, he literally hasn't made 168 in 3 years, maybe 4. He hasn't made that weight. He's fought around that weight, but he hasn't made that weight. So I don't see where none of them really battling for that fight. If one of them gave up the title on the scale and hasn't made that weight in 3 years, and the other one hasn't even tried to get there. So anyway, moving on. I think Canelo will be pretty ready for this guy he got because he does have Sanchez in there to spar with. Sanchez is southpaw, so he can't get that work.
Yeah, man. And I remember doing a show on that and showing that, and they like, come on, man, he taking it light on Canelo. That don't mean shit. Here we are talking about now Canelo being at heavyweight, bro. I'm just and Cruiserweight. I'm just saying, man. And to J. Will, you want to run with the narrative that this is disguised as being a 5-division champ. So again, I say the same thing that CYP acts like is an unfair question. Why no one else took this guy out? You know what I'm saying? Why ain't nobody else fluffing their resume up? What, you gonna tell me they want to be real? That's why they all lining up to fight Demetrius Andre, right? Canelo's out here the only one picking the styles that suit him because everybody calling out Andre.
I see what you're doing.
The double standards is crazy. It's the double standards.
You really couldn't for after this Makabu fight. You really want Canelo to go get their Bridgerweight belt.
Hell yeah.
I see what you doing.
Yo, I'm gonna show the picture
gonna be like
again.
an 8-division champ, man.
I'm gonna show the picture again, not without showing this picture. Shout out to my man Marcus Ohio runs boxing. Marcus, I screen shared this on my Instagram. Look at what he did. Because everybody feel the same fucking way. Look at these 3 dead men, 3 skeletons. And who are they? Jamal Charlo, David Benavidez, Demetrius Andre, all undefeated, all never fought each other, all will never fight each other, all dead. Dead. They died waiting for that Canelo shot, waiting for that lottery ticket. They're dead. This is his representation of how he sees that division. The 3 men begging for a shot died waiting for it. Let that sink in, man. Let that sink in. Why? I wonder why they dead waiting for a shot. Because they ain't done shit. We got Texas Bulldog that says Makabu's first Makabu's pro debut. No, Makabu lost his pro debut, and Canelo will still want huge money. Thumbs down. No spaces, you know? And then they say, I can't read. No, I'm forced to try to fucking make sense of the shit y'all give me to make sense of. All right? But, next up, Punch. Dímelo, el borracho. What he got going on? Punch. Punch says, whoever think Makabu is a bad fight for Canelo? Question to 5-division world champ is getting criticized. Ness, this ain't boxing fans. What he put? Bellevue wackos. Yeah, man. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you. It's funny. Only non-boxing fans think this is like some sort of, non-boxing fans think this is some sort of cherry pick, because real boxing fans, you know, how many fighters did we interview that tell us they don't even spar up that many pounds? But this dude's fighting that many pounds, and somehow it's a cherry to him. But professional fighters don't even spar up this high. That's why when Earl spars a heavyweight and a light heavyweight, it gets glamorized, you know? But I got a counterpunch from JT. What up?
Yo, y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
So Ness, I understand y'all little narrative that y'all trying to paint and stuff like that. Yes, it's surprising that he's trying to fight up, but we got to still remember, let's go back to this undisputed thing. The only way he became undisputed when Benavidez lost that belt on the scale. If Benavidez would have had a belt, Canelo would not have been talking undisputed. I don't even think he would have fought at 68. And then after he took the Canelo plant, I remember Canelo saying he was going to fight out of Charlo Benavidez or one of those guys to sell us a dream like he done. But once again, he got the little belt. It was a good plan. It was a good fight. And so now he trying to fight some other unknown guy. Like, come on, man. I'm just tired of the same story being painted for Canelo. That's my counterpunch.
I'm sorry. James, you know who Jorge Sebastian is?
No, I don't.
Oh, all right. What about Hugo? You know him?
You say Hugo, Hugo,
Boss, however you want to call him. You know him?
I don't. Hell no.
Oh, wow.
Is that
What about Matayev?
I think I heard that name somewhere before.
Oh, wow. You know Brandon? And I ain't talking about from Cincinnati.
Oh, damn. I know Brandon from Cincinnati, but
I ain't talking about him, though.
Brandon Lynch?
You know, because I just don't get, like, he's fighting this unknown. He says, who the fuck is George Sebastian Holland, who my man Charlo fought for an eliminator to become the mandatory. That's how he got the belt, the status. You know, he moved up, and that's who he fought. Like, who is he? Who is he? You know, who is Matt Korobov? And we calling him Matt, but his name ain't fucking Matt with a V and an E and a Y. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, like, let's just be real. You guys lie, bro. That's a bold-faced lie. You know, he promised us this, and now he's fighting this nobody. Who the fuck is Juan Macias Mastel? They had to tell us he was Fernando Montiel, who was great, or at least good. They had to say he was his relative for this dude to be relevant. Like, your energy just ain't the same, man. You can't have one dude fight every big name in boxing while the other dudes get to do nothing at all. And you somehow find a way to defend it. It's disgusting, bro. You guys, you're hypocrites. It's just hypocrisy, you know? Canelo versus Makabu, poop emoji, is a non-TV fight that should be streamed for free on Canelo YouTube channel. # stop pay-per-view. Let's get back to my buddy appreciation week. And that was Intrigue in Atlanta. That's crazy, man. That's crazy, you know. This is a poop emoji. Okay. Dudes are very upset that no one else thought of this. That's all I'm saying. My man's a cherry. Why ain't nobody go pop it, man? Why they ain't go pop it? Oh, they ain't got no money. Ain't got no money. Earl got money behind him. Tank got money behind him. Wilder got money behind him. Know what I'm saying? Why the plan for Wilder wasn't to go to Bridgerweight? Let's make you great. You know what I'm saying? They let other people come up with their ideas, then get mad. Nah, man, you go ahead and you get innovative. We give you ideas on this show every day who you should fight. I don't get no credit. I'm pivotal to this sport. Literally, I birthed the fucking Benavidez Charlo fight. That was me at the press conference. I started that with the father, then went to the son, then went to Charlo. I invented that in 2019. Me. I gave him the lane. People gonna blame and point and say everyone else. That was me. No one and their mother ever talked about Benavidez Charlo till Nestor Gibbs in Mexico started that shit. And that was 2019. Meanwhile, Canelo's the duck. Listen to what I'm saying. I literally, in his face, told Jamal Charlo, they want to fight you. I just did the interview with them. He literally told me it's a good fight. We're literally going into 2022. That was 2020, 2019. But they're calling Canelo a duck. Let that sink in. I said I went to Charlo when Benavidez asked to fight him in 2019 at the convention, him and his dad. But they calling Canelo a duck. You dudes are fools, man. Fools and you're just hypocrites. You're just hypocrites, man. You know, Benavidez has been asking for this fight since 2019. It's on my YouTube channel. It's dated. They can't erase the truth. These guys love to deal with facts. That is a fact. But we calling Canelo a duck. How is it that they haven't fought?
I still wanted Charlo and Jacobs, but that didn't happen. And
no. My man gets called out by everybody and he get the pass because he's owed a Canelo fight somehow. Charlo don't got to fight Jacobs, who pushed up on him in Brooklyn. Know what I'm saying? Energy wasn't the same. Pushed up all on him. Know what I'm saying? He ain't got to fight him. He don't owe him that. Then he ain't got to fight the dude that's calling him pussy. He ain't got to fight the dude that's been calling him out since 2019 in Mexico in his face. He ain't got to call him out either. He ain't got to fight him. Nah. He ain't got to do nothing but wait for a Canelo shot. These are zombie fans. I'm going back to my soundbite. I thought this was only for AJ. Nah. Y'all sheep. Charlo sheep out here. We got Charlo sheep out here. Charlo ain't got to do nothing. These sheep just follow aimlessly around the shepherd. JT, counterpunch.
You know, Ness, it's funny. I said something about Benavidez. You keep bringing up Charlo. I don't even care if Charlo fight Canelo anymore.
Benavidez, bruh, I ain't even ring the bell. I ain't never ring the bell. So I'm going to just slide this in. Benavidez fought Ronald Ellis and Kyrone Davis, man.
Okay, now you sitting on the man record, but the man was a champion, and Canelo did not want no fight with him until he lost that belt. Because he would not be undisputed right now.
Yeah.
So you keep bringing up Charlo in this argument, but I want to see the Benavidez versus Canelo fight. He fought at 168. He just fought at 168. That's all I'm saying. And I think Benavidez has a stronger chance of beating him. And if we want to compare that, Benavidez wants to smoke with everybody. He don't want to just fight Canelo. He want to fight Charlo. He want to fight anybody else who want to fight him. So we can't sit there and say, oh, Benavidez ducking somebody. We can sit there and say that about Charlo now because he ducking on Benavidez. Or it's a question mark to it. So stop bringing up Charlo. I'm talking about Benavidez fighting Canelo. That's my counterpunch, man.
Oh, I'm going to get to Benavidez right now because I'm going to go to Keller Plant. Hopefully he ain't post too much shit. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Ness, I'm still here. I'm still here in the production, but I'm finna switch out video because I'm finna start moving around. But if you need some Google, just holler at me. I'm still here.
Brandon, man, if you could check Keller Plant's Instagram, I'm gonna try and do it myself. But there will be an interview post of Samson Lewickovic saying that they don't want the Benavidez Plant fight. So that's a duck right there. And then your resume speaks for itself. You don't want the unification in your division, and then you fight 54-pounders and 60-pounders. Because I know my man Junior Johan fought Ronald Ellis at a lower weight. So I don't know what we talking about here, but I'm going to keep looking for this video. I'm all on his shit. We going to find this. Samson, because he definitely posted that. He definitely let us know. He wanted that fight. Somehow Canelo's ducking the dude that didn't want to unify. Somehow. That's what you want me to believe. That the dude that's moving up the cruiserweight is ducking the dude that lost his belt because he couldn't make weight, which is called undisciplined in this sport. That's what you want me to believe. You want me to believe that Canelo's going to lose to a dude that dabbles on a social level in cocaine. That's not what my champions do. Floyd never popped for coke. He don't even drink beer or liquor. You understand? You want me to believe what boxing's been telling us. Boxing been telling us this is the only sport that don't lie. That you can't lie to us. If you ain't putting it in the gym, if you an alcoholic, like Kovalev is going to show. But you want me to believe that the dude that, is popping is going to be all right. Or rather, the dude that's popping is popping. That's what you want me to believe. Nah, I'm going to wait to see it. I'm going to wait to see it because I seen him get in touch with a left hook from Tyrone. And that ain't Tyrone, but we going to call him. And we going to tell Canelo about that because that's his secret weapon. Or should I say best weapon, like and I know, right? But go ahead, counterpunch. What up? Talk to me. What you going to make he ain't duck Kelly Plant? That's what you going to say? You going to say it was his team?
Hold on. His dad been wanting to fight Kelly Plant. I don't think Kelly Plant wanted to fight Benavidez, but I'm not kind of punching on that. You talking about Benavidez came in overweight, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many fights Canelo had at 155? That's not no discipline right there. Cause he Canelo, he could make a weight class up. How many fights he had at 155? He was supposed to be fighting at 154. So I'm confused here. So if you go use that narrative about somebody undisciplined, Canelo Alvarez was undisciplined, but y'all fans, y'all praise anything this man could do. Anything this man could do. He fought at 155 pounds. I forgot how many fights he had. Where he's supposed to be fighting at 154. If it was a big issue, well, just move up to 160. Why make a weight class at 155? Like, come on, man. Bro, like, Ness, you keep coming up with these narratives, but I can counter back everything you just said. Canelo do the same thing that these fighters you saying is doing. That's my counterpunch.
The problem is that you think because you counterpunch and say a bunch of words that you are somehow making a good argument, my friend. You just didn't follow the sport, and that's okay. You ran with whatever narrative you heard on whatever YouTube channel or conversation you had. But the facts, let the record state that Canelo never made the 155-pound catch weight. That, in fact, it was Miguel Cotto that made that 155-pound catch weight, So I don't know, what he's talking about. When Canelo fought Alfredo Angulo, right? Because remember, the new line of defense for David Benavidez is, well, we weren't fighting for a title, so I don't have to make 168. Okay. Well, Alfredo Angulo wasn't for a title. I don't know if anybody forgot. Obviously, JT, who doesn't know much about the sport, forgot. So why are we fighting at 54? Okay, cool. So when Canelo fought Laura, was there a belt on the line? Oh, no, there wasn't. He just fought him. Even though people like to say somehow that, I don't know. Oh, why would he fight him? He doesn't even have a belt. I don't know. Canelo fought him because Laura disrespected him, came to his press conference. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But that's all right. That was Laura, no belt. Then, he fought James Kirkland at 54, But then there was a belt on the line, and it belonged to Miguel Cotto. And Miguel was the A side. And Canelo took short money, and he took Miguel's catch weight. So that's how the story goes. The true story. It's on BoxRec too. You can follow it along, And the rules of boxing are on ABC and Queensberry. You can find those too. If there's no belt on the line, I don't know. I guess Benavidez has special rules then. Only he doesn't have to make 168 because there's no belt on the line. Or is it everyone? Does the rule apply to everyone? Or are we just making shit up to make Canelo look bad? I get it. This is why it's better for me to be the bad guy, because you guys don't know how to attack Canelo. You make shit up that's not true because you didn't follow the sport. You just heard some shit. Because last I checked, Miguel Cotto was the A side. I don't know. It's very easy to find out. Last I checked, he had the WBC that he beat Sergio Martinez for. He was the man that beat the man. But somehow, at 54, Canelo, who beat the man that beat the man, and remember, the man that Sergio was the man that knocked out the man in Paul Williams who beat Margarito at 54. Pre-hand wraps. You understand? I don't know. The thing is, you don't know the sport. So it's like, Andre, who won his title versus Brian Rhodes. You're supposed to fight him. No, you fought with nobody, B. You won your belt versus Brian Rhodes at 54. Your biggest name at 54 was Willie Nelson. Willie Nelson never been a champ. But you don't know the sport, champ. You don't know the sport. Oh, he's ducking. Let me double check that vacant title. I'm pretty sure Andre won a vacant title versus Bryant Rhodes, or defended it versus Bryant Rhodes at the very least. One of the two. And that's the problem, man. How are you ducking a dude that, hasn't done anything? Meanwhile, no one is saying Josh Warrington ducked Stevenson when Stevenson won his vacant title the same way Demetrius Andrade won his, right? And then Stevenson wanted to unify with Warrington, same way Demetrius Andrade wanted to, except Stevenson sent an offer to Warrington. Warrington didn't accept it. He left Frank Warren, signed the matchroom, and he's not called a duck. Canelo is. Crazy. But let's check here. My good friend. Oh, I'm sorry. It wasn't vacant Brian Rose. It was vacant Martirosyan. I'm sorry. My bad. Again, man, at least Google. Because it's right there. You could keep your earpiece in, Google, refresh yourself, and get your shit together versus saying a bunch of bullshit that you don't know about. You understand? See, I lived through that. I went to those fights. I watched Sergio Martinez knock out Paul Williams. I watched him become the man. I knew he beat Kelly Pavlik. So when Cotto beat him, he became the man. So then when Canelo beat him, he became the man. You see that there's no way to get to Andre? Because he never was the man. After Andre beat Martirosyan, who was a decent win, mind you, the win before that was Freddie Hernandez that motherfucking Andre Bertel knocked out in what, 2 rounds? 2 rounds? Andre went 10 with him. Then Andre went 10 with Martirosyan. Didn't Gennady knock him out? Then he defended versus Brian Rhodes from the UK. Then he fought Dario Fabian Poncheca. You fight with nobody. When we supposed to have unified with you? For what? Legit, for what? Like I said, before I ever Googled this man's resume, he has not beat Ustategi. He never beat the champion. He never beat the champion, y'all. Where's his second title? Oh, yeah, that was vacant too because Billy Joe got stripped. Déjate de la mierda. You fight with nobody. Like, you guys got to stop lying. Like, this is the most atrocious resume. Jamal Charlo looks like a god compared to this resume. Let me just read this out loud so you can let that shit sink in. Freddie Hernandez, Vanes Martirosyan, Brian Rhodes, Dario Fabian Poncheca, Willie Nelson, Jack Coolclay, Alantez Fox, Walter, we ain't gonna try to pronounce that weird last name, Arthur, a.k.a. Wolverine Akakov, Masil Sulecki, Luke Keeler, Liam Williams, and now Jason Quigley. And let me screen share it in case they think I'm lying. None of those names sound familiar. Meanwhile, JT called in talking about he's fighting a dude no one has heard of. but I guess Andre ain't fighting a dude no one's heard of. And you know what? Who else is talking shit? Back to the main topic. Antonio Tarver's talking shit. He said he's fighting a nondescript champion. Oh, so I guess vacant titles are better than beating the champion. You're better off fighting for a vacant title than beating the true champion, because guess what? They might say you're fighting a nondescript champion. The weird shit that people say when they can't achieve greatness. You know, I want to see Roy Jones criticize this. I want to see Floyd criticize this, and I don't know that he could. Like we said, he never undisputed. I want to see someone that's achieved greatness in their life criticize this, not dudes that never done nothing. You never done nothing. Your biggest win is who? You done what to criticize this guy? To say that this guy's not doing nothing. What have you done? What have you done? Tell me. Just whoever you think deserves the shot. What have they done? Listen to those resumes. Atrocious, horrible, disgusting. That's the worst one. People actually think he's the guy. He's the guy. The one with the worst, not Charlo, not Benavidez, the worst resume. Maybe, matter of fact, maybe it's David with the worst. Let's see. Let's see here. When did he get this title that everybody loves talking about? Where is it at? Vacant title. Oh. So he won that title vacantly from Ronald Graville, plus was put down in that fight. So we got to remember that. Not only did he win a vacant title, he got put down in that fight. I always knew he got put down by Graville. I didn't know it was in a vacant title fight. I didn't know that. Okay. So then you lost it here, right? To Durrell? Where'd he lose it at? Or he lost it on the scales? Where'd he lose it at? I'm confused here. Because I know he fought again for it right here versus Durrell. That's who he beat for it, right? Oh, then he must have lost it after that because it went vacant versus Romero. Okay. So you didn't fight Durrell for the belt. Instead, you defended it versus Durrell. You won it vacant versus Graville. Defended it versus Durrell and lost it on the scales versus Romero. So Vanes is a great win. So who's your Vanes, champ? Who's your Vanes? Vanes had a draw with Laura that many people, not many. Vanes had a draw with Laura is the best I can say for Vanes. I don't even know what else Vanes done. But that being said, he's definitely overqualified and more qualified than Ronald Graville. Vanes' amateur background is very extensive. He's got wins over Bradley or fights with Bradley and Trout and somebody else. But look, I'm grasping at straws here to tell you that Benavidez has a better resume than Andre. Do you see what I'm doing? I'm struggling. It's arguable what's the better win. Is it Vanez Martirosyan or, I don't know, Anthony Durrell? That's the argument we're having. So just be clear what we're saying, man. You know, these are the guys that you're saying is going to beat them. They're still having their developmental fights. It's right there, live in black and white. So I'm a little lost. And JT, you also got me lost. I don't know. Are you saying that you do have one or that you don't have one? I'm lost.
Nah, you get. I paid for full. I'm not gonna cheat you. I know you talking that rubbish over there, but I paid for full and I got my full.
All right, champ. All right. Well, then let me go back to these phone lines. Let me see. I got some super chats I do need to get to. Did we ever get to the Super Max? Let me see. Super Max said if Floyd moved up to 68 for, let's say, Marco Antonio Rubio title fight, it would be called the greatest jump in history, in boxing history. Yes, you're right. And he would have been doing the green print, Mexican guy. Listen, we know it's a double standard. We know, Canelo can do no right. He's always going to be wrong. It's just the way that it goes. Floyd was like that. Floyd was in that lose-lose situation until he got out. When he got out is when we really, 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 and I say we as a community together, we loved him more. I always, my audio was recorded for the last 12, so I always was heavy on Floyd. I just wish betting was more easy not more easy, sorry. I wish betting was easier then and allowed. It wasn't, it was illegal back then. You had to actually be in Vegas to get your money. KO for Miles says, Canelo hate, real. 5 fights, 18 months. Others need to fight. Yeah, man, that's the saddest thing, that like we've never seen a fighter of this caliber, this active, and they're still finding a way to like say he needs to do more. It's just so sad, man, that, it's like yesterday I did a show on Luis Ortiz. Bro, CYP, I needed you so bad. Yo, like, dude's really out here on some grown man, I'm broke shit. Like, dog, I don't even want to be your friend if you broke. I'm sorry. Because we all got legs and feet, and I'm, sorry to those who don't. We ain't talking to you. But the motherfuckers that got legs and feet, you shouldn't be broke. Get your ass out there and work. It was disgusting to hear boxing fans call in to tell me that a top 5 heavyweight between a dude we've been begging for this dude to get a fight. We've been begging for motherfuckers to give him a fight. Now they give us a fight with a top 5 heavyweight. Then they stack it with 10 fighters, 5 heavyweight fights. You got a dude who lost when he wasn't supposed to lose, and he's taking that rematch where he could have walked away from it like big name star Abdamars. Instead, he's running to the rematch. You got a dude that been in there with Wilder and Gerald Washington. A dude that been in there with AJ, former champion, and Charles Martin. Ortiz been in there with Wilder, only lost to Wilder. Somehow that's not worth the price we've been begging for. I mean, we as a community, this community, I ain't saying everywhere else. If you've been listening to this show, we've been begging for a cheaper price. We've been begging. When they said $70 for this fucking Crawford fight, we laughed at that. Like, damn, that's what $10, that's what they taking off? So PBC takes it a step further. They give you 50% off, and these disgusting fans said this ain't worth it. They disrespectful. This is what I'm saying. I don't want y'all as fans. I want y'all to go somewhere else and just watch something else, man. Get the fuck away from here. You see, my energy's always the same. I'm defending what's right. And what's right is that Canelo's doing 80 times more than anybody else, so he cannot be ducking. And what's right is that Luis Ortiz was lowballed off by Dillian White. Luis Ortiz was swerved away from AJ when he was signed to Matchroom. No big name heavyweight has offered him a fight in the last 5 years, other than AJ trying to get him last, 5 weeks notice for $7 million, which was a great offer. I'm not saying it wasn't. But other than that, no one's offered him anything, unless it's been lowball. And now they're giving us a 50% off pay-per-view, and these dudes said it's trash. And honestly, CYP, I'm putting pressure on you because, you big up Luis Ortiz a lot. And, I think that, that's one of Wilder's biggest wins. So if Andy could lose to AJ and do a pay-per-view with Chris Arreola, and it was more expensive than this one, FYI, why the fuck can't Lewis lose to Wilder and do a pay-per-view? But I guess the difference is Andy actually won one of the fights and Lewis ain't win none of the fights. But I think it's pay-per-view worthy, especially for $30. I think that the fight between Charles Martin and Luis Ortiz in itself, as a hardcore boxing event, those dudes easily get $10 a pop from me. I got no problem paying $20 for the main event and another $20 for the solid undercard. You fucking fake boxing fans. I swear, I just wish it was like Duck Hunt. Boom, just shoot all the fake fucking boxing fans and get rid of them. Alex in Vegas says, I know that's not true. It's not Alex in Vegas. You see how my mind just went to Vegas? It's Alex Vega says, these fighters say they want to fight the best of the best, but if it's not Canelo, they fight Juan Montiels and Craig Richards of the world. At least it's just not me saying it, man. At least we all can see it except the biased ones, And okay, so my producer sending me something here. I don't know. He says, Canelo Alvarez and challenger Amir Khan, the welterweight contender moving up in weight, were both exactly on the 155-pound catch weight limit on Friday. Yeah, and somehow, that was Canelo. How do we know that wasn't Amir who wanted the catch weight? I mean, I don't know. Show me the facts. Show me the facts. I don't see it say. But I'm not going to put that one on Khan because that makes no logical sense for a 47-pounder to ask for a 55-pound bout. But we got Supermax with another one that says, how much does it cost to petition sanctioning bodies? It's free. We had that discussion with our good friend Mauricio Suleiman. It's absolutely, positively free, to get it done if they want to really get it done. But let me see who's next online. Brandon, Cincinnati, Counterpunch. What up? Oh, shit, he not there. Maybe this was not today's. Who's up? We have Majimbe. What up? Boomerang.
What's good, man?
Chilling, man.
Just here calling, broke. Don't got a job. I can't afford $40.
Yeah.
Guess it makes me a bad boxing fan.
Yeah, man. You can't. You're a hypocrite. You campaign for one feared fighter of Cuban descent and not for all, as if somehow only one Cuban fighter gets the bad Cuban rap. Last I checked, the only Cuban fighter that was free from Cuban bad mojo was Gamboa. But Laura, Rigo, Lewis, they in the same boat. I'm just, it's sad to see you not ride with your mans in them.
No, that's not it, Ness. Because I'm always going to support. But the problem is when they feed us bullshit like that for $40. I mean, you're the only one defending it. Everybody online is like, no, they're not going to pay. I guarantee you that they're going to change that. They're going to change that. But let me get my calls back to back real quick. What I wanted to say I want to ask you, what's more impressive with Canelo? That he undisputed in less than a year, or that he broke the internet twice in less than 3 weeks? That's my call.
I think it's no need to separate. I think it's the combination. I think it's the fact that fighting, he's the biggest thing in boxing. Not fighting, he's the biggest thing in boxing. It's just the biggest news out of the convention so far, and I don't think anything can top it, is that he's moving up the cruiserweight. What's gonna top that? What's gonna be bigger? I mean, look, this how big Canelo is, and this is gonna hurt a lot of you dudes. But Floyd Mayweather Jr. and Julio Cesar Chavez made an agreement to have an exhibition, and that got zero shine. This is literally the first time I mention anything on this show, and no one's called in, super chatted, or nothing. Let that sink in. Who's the big fish for real? Just saying. We got to be the truth. We got to tell the truth, man. We can't be lying. Canelo is the biggest thing in this sport. There's no way he's ducking when he's achieving everything that he's achieving. No one can really hold a candle next to him. Like they're not doing what he's doing. Sorry.
Let's start with this. I'm a creative genius.
SDS.
And now, the most dangerous producer on YouTube, Brandon in Houston.
SDS Promotions.
Yo, man, I don't know what you on today, but you trying to prove a point, trying to drag Benavidez's name through the mud. You know, talking about Ronald Ellis, which is a Canelo sparring partner, beat his ass. You know, and then he was supposed to fight Ugas Kentucky, right? And he popped positive for steroids, and you trying to say he only fight 54 pounders because they replaced him last minute with Tyron Davis. Stop the cap, bro. Like. Benavidez, it's gonna be real funny when all this shit.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
What's up?
When AJ had a last minute replacement, right? He fought Carlos Takam. That's a career heavyweight. That wasn't a dude moving up. You know.
All right.
PBC got over 200 signed. No. PBC has over 200 fighters signed to Heyman. You telling me Tyrone Davis was the best they could find for the quote-unquote star fighter?
Man, listen, I don't know. All I know is that, first of all, 168 ain't no star-studded division to begin with. He already beat up Darrell, which is a PBC go-to as far as 68 goes. And he was fighting a 54-pounder on the pay-per-view. And that was a pay-per-view match that been established. So I don't know what PBC y'all going on. All I know is
what they got going on. They fucking saving their fighters. They giving them bullshit fights so they could get hopeful opportunities.
That's not on Benavidez though. So stop trying to drag his
That is Benavidez. That is him and his father. Him and his father could have said no to Karam Davis. Don't fucking lie.
Bro, they got a show as their Phoenix. They're not gonna turn this shit down. Whoever they gonna put in there, they gonna fight.
You right.
Like that.
You right. They got a show.
They got a show in Phoenix.
You right. They got a show. They got a show. They had to show their fans they could afford someone better. That's what they could have shown.
Man, come on, bro. You're really reaching right now.
No,
like
I ain't
said,
reaching.
whenever
I ain't reaching. You just lying.
In December. No, I'm not lying. I'm saying in December. Okay, so look, here we go. So in December.
I'm sorry. Kyrone Davis was more ranked at 68 than Zach Parker, WBO, IBO champion Carlos Gongora. I don't know. Christian Milley, from Houston, huh? He could have just fought him, huh?
You don't know what these other guys doing. You don't know where they got. Got to fight. Gongora got to fight with LaRon Richie.
Kyrone Davis was more ranked than what? Jesse Hart? He at least number 6 in the BC at that weight.
Bro, do you know these people was even in shape though?
on 2 weeks notice? Do you
Come
know that?
on, man.
Do you
Come
know for a
on, man.
fact, or you just making
No,
that shit up?
no, you
Because
right.
like I said,
No,
in
you
December,
right.
okay, so
You
in
right. You
December,
right.
in
You right.
December
You right,
last year,
champ.
right, when your boy
You right.
Makabu,
You right. Get out of here. He right, y'all. He right. He right. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. He's right, which means that he believes that no one in the WBC was ready. Not David Lemieux, not Daniel Jacobs, not Billy Joe Saunders, not Anthony Durrell, who was on the undercard, right, the other day, not Jesse Hart, not Vladimir Shishkin, not Pavel, whoever the fuck he is, not Gabriel Rosado, who was busy, not Fedor Chutnov, who was a champ and lost to Groves, not John Ryder that's always available, not Christian Milley or Carl. Nobody but Chiron was available. Okay, so let's go to 60 then. So Jaime obviously wasn't available. Derevchenko ain't available. But Chris Eubank, he wasn't available, right? Because he just took a fight, or is he available? Huh? What about this dude, John Beck? Is he available? What about Malecki? Wouldn't it have been better for him to move up just 8 pounds versus 2 divisions? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Nobody else was available is what you want me to believe. Nah, I ain't going to let you just spew nonsense, bro. That's nonsense. You want to believe the fuckery. The truth is they went with the easiest path of resistance to keep him undefeated so that he can be a possibility to get Canelo back to the network. Why don't you choose to tell the truth? Why don't you choose to tell the truth instead of saying I'm bashing? Tell the truth. Will Smith style, man. Get out of here. We got boxing that says, Ness, you know my body. They know my body. They know I'm going to come at him, man.
I know my body. Yeah, I know Shakur body. Shakur know my body.
Yo, producer, no producer, man. He out here producing fake shit, man. Your man ain't fighting nobody. That's why he came out. He literally said, yo, Ronald Ellis, the small partner of Canelo.
Oh, look at this guy.
Yo, so he's trying to say the claim to fame is that he's Canelo's sparring partner, bro. Yo, get them fucking fugazi ass resumes up out of here, man. You dudes tripping, man. Beat it, man. Your favorite fighter resume is fucking suspect, man. Suspect. That's why, yo, this 2 big win game is lethal. Shit is lethal to these dudes' careers, man. It's impossible damn near out in these streets to get 2 big wins for these dudes, man. They too scared. Trying to stick around undefeated so they can get some money. And I get it. I want career-changing money too. I wish I could get me some motherfucking $6 million and retire too. But at least Billy Joe resume's better than David Benavidez. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. I bet you that hurt Brandon. Because it's the fucking truth. And that's what they hate. You kill them with the truth. Your favorite fighter resume ain't better than Billy Joe's. That's what happened right there. Tommy, what up? Florida.
What? A podcast.
Tommy, you there?
Yo, you hear me?
I hear you.
What's good, Ned?
Chilling.
To the darkness, yeah. They all right, so yeah, you were saying what you were saying earlier about everybody about Benavidez, Charlo, how it's that ducking them when the other dude did stuff. You right about it, ain't really ducking. So, but you gotta keep that same energy when it comes to everybody. So the next time you got Bill Haney on there, don't be acting like everybody ducking Devin like he done did something, all right?
But that's what I'm saying.
So that's my call.
That's what I'm saying. Devin got a belt. And Devin isn't... Yo, even Devin got a better win than fucking Demetrius Andrade. Go ahead and tell me that 3 times champion Jorge Linares that actually won belts ain't better than Vanez Mataroshan. This is what I'm saying. The facts murder you. Devin is more qualified. And he's legit signed to fight a former champion, 2012 Olympian. Please don't compare Devin to dude. He different. It's too easy. It's too easy, yo. You know. I take it as a grand slam win, like a knockout. Actually, we're gonna keep it in box. I take it like a knockout when I ain't gotta use box rec on y'all. I'm just saying, man. Make me Google search at least. The best dad ever says. So Loma didn't duck Devin then. Thumbs up. Whatever emoji. I don't know who you addressing that to, because you clearly heard me admit to CYP that Canelo ducked Charlo at 60, took franchise and went up to 75, knocked out three-time champion Sergey, went back down to 68, and unified. First beat Callum, the Ring Magazine champ. You know, I went through all this, so I don't know what this super chat about, but I'll take the $2, champ. I'll take your $2. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to be mad at that. Rider of the Storm says, rather see Mel fight Canelo. He actually deserves the fight. Maul hasn't done shit. CYP fought that Canelo already, sent him an offer, and was declined. Oh, I said fought. He said forgot. Yeah, they did send him an offer that his brother admits his other brother didn't take. Let that sink in. I said Jermell, the unified champ with the better resume that attempted undisputed, claims his brother, who hasn't been fighting anybody at 60 really of note that people care about, since they care who Canelo fights, he ain't been fighting the people that we care, right? He was said to have turned down a Canelo offer. Yeah, I know that's shocking to you, but that's what his brother said. Jermell said that about Jamal. Not no internet rumor. It's on his live. He said that, you know. He said, I would never turn down an offer like his brother. That's what he said. So, you know, I don't know, man. Shit is crazy out here in these, PBC streets. A lot of protecting going on. Where's Seattle, Washington at, man? You in here? I know you're a boomerang now. A lot of protecting going on that PBC side of the street, man. All these dudes fighting 54-pounders trying to stay undefeated for a Canelo shot. Shit bananas, man. At least the welterweights is fighting each other. We got High and Low Sports Centrum that says the boxing voice, the rise of the boxing net. Thank you, my friend. Let's see what B Dog says. CYP, what up, champ? You back? Thought you left, man. We got B Dog that says they'll justify Canelo versus a heavy. You're a jerk. Yo, you know $2 super chats is hates. There it is. $2 super chat. CYP, you back or you just want me to hurry up and get to your call?
This new.
Oh, go
Hey,
for it.
for one, Oscar De La Hoya had an interview, live interview. They asked him about the Charlo offer. He said, the guy asked him, let's talk about the offer that Charlo ducked. He said, no. Charlo didn't duck no offer. He said, but you sent him an offer, right? He was like, yeah. They said, you sent it to Al? He said, no. I didn't send it to Al. I sent it to somebody in his camp. He said, who did you send it to? He said, yeah, just somebody in his camp. That's what the fuck happened. Go look up the interview. He didn't send no fucking offer to no goddamn Charlo. He admitted that Charlo did not duck no Canelo offer. He admitted it live. So all you fuckers always trying to call in and check me and correct me. Man, you need to get your study on. I never lie. I'm not like y'all. I don't need to lie on no goddamn podcast. Get real, man. CYP out.
I mean, I don't know, man. It's on ESPN, bro. You know, they speak of the offer that Charlo got, so I don't, until that disappears from there, actual factual. I mean, look, what's more realistic? The guy that sent Derevyanchenko an offer also sends you an offer? Or he only sent Derevyanchenko an offer? What's more realistic? The guy that sent Jacobs a $12.5 million offer, sending out offers, or the guy that sent Kovalev an offer? Or what about the guy that sent Callum an offer. Like, I don't understand. Why would he not send Charlo an offer? I'm lost as to that. And why is Charlo not in question here? Let's think about that. So we got his own brother admitting that he turned down an offer. We got articles that say that he was sent an offer. Then we got Eddie saying he also sent an offer for Andre. But Charlo, we're going to believe he's never gotten an offer from any of these entities. All right, cool. Cool. George Foster says, the Al Heyman weight on Canelo extra diet. You ain't lied. They sitting around waiting. They sitting on their hands, man. They sitting on their hands waiting. If you on Blog Talk and you feel like you've been waiting sitting on your hands, it's because you ain't pressed 1. You got to press 1 if you want to have some of this fun. We going out to Ed Rock that says, Ness, Andre is undefeated 2-division champ. Canelo has already done the ultimate duck of undisputed at middleweight. Now Canelo will fight nobody. Sure, Ed Rock. Canelo did the ultimate duck at middleweight when he fought the man who was the man. I'm sorry. When Canelo had a fight at 60, did he or did he not receive the Ring Magazine belt, establishing himself as the man? I'm sorry. Let me ask you something. Who was more of the man, or excuse me, they can't even say that, but who was more valuable as a champion when Canelo unified? Was it Andrade or Jacobs? Yeah, the dude that fought Gennady, right? Okay. So I'm going to just go ahead and move that. I'll leave that right there. Jaime Hernandez just sent some love because he deleted his message. We got Big Money. Texas Toledo. What up? He says, these haters sound like a bunch of high school females. Laugh out loud emoji. They need to hold that L and push their preferred boxer to do the same. Salute TBV, glove emoji. Exactly. Stop hating on Canelo and tell your dude to go fight Arson or Beterbiev. Like, why? Because Canelo didn't fight Beterbiev, Charlo can't. Why can't David? Why? Like, why can't they ask to fight Bivol? Why? I'm lost. Why is Canelo got to fight Bivol, Beterbiev, Charlo, Benavidez? Hilarious. CYP, what up?
I want to make a friendly bet because I don't. One thing I hate to be called is a liar. Hold on, let me know if you'll hear me. If I can't find De La Hoya saying Charlo did not duck the offer, Charlo did not turn down the offer. I saw him saying it out his own mouth. The dude who makes the offer said Charlo didn't do it. But we still on here saying Charlo ducked, Charlo turned down. But the dude who sent it said he didn't. If I can't find that article where he's saying out his own words, then what are we betting? Anybody in the chat, who want to bet? Ness, who want to bet? Who want to bet that De La Hoya didn't say that? Who want to bet? Put in the chat if you want to bet me, and I hit you up on your personal whatever. Put your money up. I'm sick of y'all always talking. Put your money up that De La Hoya didn't say that Charlo didn't turn it down. I don't give a fuck what Jamel said or ESPN. The source said he did not. If you do not believe me and you think I'm capping, put your money up. Y'all know where to reach me. Just click on my little icon, Mr. CYP, hit me in a personal message, tell me what you want to bet.
Yeah, man, I prefer, and this is what I'm saying. I value Jamel more. You know what I mean? That's just it. And I'm sure all my back call people, you know, if JT was in question and J Mac said something, we would believe J Mac because that's his brother. It's very simple. You know, you want to make it bigger and weirder than it is for no reason. Nobody's calling you a liar. We just feel like your brother is your brother's keeper for a reason, and his brother knows the truth for a reason because they're blood. You know, you want us to believe that he was mad at his brother and he just said it out of spite? What the fuck? Nah. What his brother said is what is true, and I think that's what's going on. It's very simple. And no one expected to hear that, so the cover-up is in full play. You got to say whatever sounds good at this point because his own brother said he turned it down. That, to me, is worth more. I mean, even in a judicial system, a witness that is your family member, it can be more beneficial or it can be more detrimental depending on what's coming out their mouth. Because that person is a character witness. They know you. Unlike CYP, who doesn't fucking know them. His brother knows them. But I love winning. I love winning. I love winning. I love winning and winning and winning. Because I swear my argument sounds better, right? Who the fuck do you believe? CYP or his own brother? Like, who do we believe? Who do we believe? Why wouldn't I tell my brother I've been offered a Canelo fight? Let that sink in. Why wouldn't Jamal run to his twin and say, I've been offered a Canelo fight? No, he wants us to believe that Jamel just sat there mad and made it up. Come on. I'm not taking no bet. Let's take the bet that Jamel didn't lie. Look, G Funky. PBC turned down the offer. Oscar said it. And Hispanics calls him Panic X Roberto Diaz, the matchmaker of Golden Boy, and he said the same thing. Send me the link. Give me the soundbite, please, because that's your show. Give me the soundbite, because he's not going to believe you even though you conducted the interview. CYP, Counterpunch, what up?
Man, I don't know what you think you winning about, my nigga. This is a podcast, dog. It's Thursday. It's not that it's Thursday. It's not that big of a deal, my guy. It's not that it's Thursday. But nobody's taking a bet. You're just talking and laughing, which shows the cowardice. This is not me. This is not me versus Jamel. This is Oscar De La Hoya versus Jamel. If my brother told me he robbed the bank, and I tell you he robbed the bank, then we find out that the bank wasn't robbed, my brother was lying. It's very simple. Go check the bank. I'm telling you, go to the bank and see if it was robbed. Don't listen to me. Or just believe that he robbed the bank. You want to believe Jamel, go ahead. Oscar's on record being asked strictly about this topic. He said something different. Nobody wants to bet that, so go ahead and make it about me versus Jamel and laugh and call yourself winning. But I give you this money, my man, because I like this show and I want to support you. You ain't winning, partner. I do this shit because I have a budget to give to whoever the hell I want to give to. I got a budget for bullshit, and you're a part of my bullshit. Appreciate it. It ain't no big deal because ain't nobody gonna take the bet. CYP out.
Oh, I appreciate it, man. It's fun going back and forth, but it's also fun winning the back and forth. And I'm obviously winning the back and forth. It's very simple, It's not trigonometry. Like, your argument isn't better. You want us to believe that the brother is lying. Let that sink in. Don't spend money. You know I'm that type of person to tell you, don't waste the money to debate me on this topic because there's really nothing you can say. It's the brother. Your word will never be greater than the brother. And then he's a twin, but you want us to believe you. It's almost comical. No, it is. That's why I continue to laugh. This guy's crazy, I'm telling you. And not only that, then we got another podcaster right here that conducted the interview with Oscar and the matchmaker saying the same thing. It's just like, why? And this is what I'm saying. Let's get back to the bigger point. This is what your favorite fighter makes you do. This is what your favorite fighter makes you do. You have to defend him at every single turn because he's done nothing. He's done nothing. It's sad. C-Dub, what up?
Yo, Nis. What's up, man? Yo, man, I gotta come in, man. You been in rap form, and a lot of points you say correct. I just gotta BJS. Can we say his nuts got clipped though? Like you from up top. That man got his belt took at the scale. He got his belt took. You got to go that way and get your belt. You got to go that way. So It don't even matter that BJS, man. That BJS, he got his nut clipped. Andrade, I can't clown Andrade resume when BJS got his nuts clipped. So, like, what he did after that, okay, Eddie Hearn, you failed, my man. Supposed to got Marauder. Charlo, are we going to say Canelo got his nuts clipped when he shouldn't have accepted the franchise? The franchise is some BS. We all say the franchise is a duck belt when Devin with Teofimo, right? And I sent a little something like, I went through when to rock out, but I don't know what all the details is on the counter punch and stuff like that.
You say you sent something?
Yeah, cash out. Cash out. Sent something.
Yo, you sound so much like Bo in Bama. What the fuck? Are you from Alabama?
I'm from Alabama, from Birmingham.
Oh shit. No one, that's crazy. That accent is thick. I'm like looking at the computer like, holy shit, is this Bo?
I be saying that too. I be like, damn, kind of sound like him, but yeah.
So are you Chris?
Yeah, C-Dub, yeah, Chris.
Oh no, you C-Dub. Okay.
Yeah. So, well, we say the dope belt is the franchise, but we're not saying it's a dope belt because Canelo still got it. And when you say the biggest
but
news
we
from Mexico City.
We do say the duck belt over here. We definitely call Canelo a duck when he took franchise. Okay. And we call what's my man name? Loma the same thing.
Loma. Mm-hmm. Okay. And I get you when you say Charlo what he did since then, so you had to backtrack. That's wonderful. You could backtrack on something after you made an assessment and see like, okay, he ain't done shit since then. Boom. What we doing about since? That's the biggest news I wanted to hear from Mexico City, or from the convention was what we doing for the franchise. So that's what I wanted to hear.
Yeah, that shit ain't happened yet, right? They were supposed to address that.
They was supposed to, and I was looking for your video. I woke up the next day like, let me TVV what we gonna talk about. What Mauricio said. We didn't get it, but
they ain't addressed it yet.
I hear the point. Yeah, I got it. And I know you gonna get to them when you get them. And I appreciate the content, the interviews. Stella, man, you do a great job, and I had to come in on that. Like I called in a few times. I hung up because everybody said good points, but we're not saying BJS got his nuts clipped. When you got your nuts clipped.
Because it don't. I gotta counterpunch too, but I just want to say that it's difficult to say anything about Billy Joe beforehand. He was qualified beforehand. He was qualified. So it's hard, right? Like, after the fight, all right, it is what it is. But before the fight, he was still qualified. He still beat more guys, better names than a David Benavidez and a Demetrius Andrade. It's arguable when you start talking about Charlo, but maybe even Charlo, because he's got that undefeated win over Chris Eubank, and we wanted Charlo to fight Eubank most recently, and he's got the Lemieux win. What else he's got? He's got the John Ryder undefeated win. He's got a couple undefeated names. He got the Murray win. I don't got BoxRec pulled up, but it's not a shit resume. It's just not. So. Yeah, he got his nuts clipped after the fight. But before the fight, he wasn't bad. Before the fight, we wanted him to fight Gennady. He signed to fight Gennady for $4 million. Like, it's just hard, man. Like, I know I do it too because I'm doing it to Chiron, but he's fighting up. The same thing y'all not respecting Canelo to do, I'm keeping the same energy. He fighting up. So he had a tough night. You fighting Benavidez and you fighting up. That's a tough night. But for Benavidez, on the other hand, is not a tough night. And y'all got to keep that real. We got boxing that says Mayweather went up cruiserweight, no credit for it. When the hell did he go to cruiserweight? In an exhibition or something with Logan? I went there. I gave him credit. CYP, back at us. Definitely get.
All right, you know me. I ain't got no problem. So let's just read his own words. De La Hoya, this is boxing scene. De La Hoya, Charlo's handlers turned down very lucrative offer, blah, 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 blah. According to De La Hoya, Charlo's handlers turned down lucrative offer to battle Canelo Alvarez and would have been the biggest fight in his resume by far. We had an amazing offer for Charlo, a very lucrative offer for Charlo, and he turned it down. Let's read the whole thing. De La Hoya told Fight Hub TV during an interview posted Tuesday. Well, Charlo didn't turn it down, but his agent, whoever, is behind PBC. I don't know. When asked how much money was the promotion offering, he said, you know what? I'm not going to say the offer. So first he says it was Charlo. Then he says, oh, no, it wasn't Charlo. Then they asked him about how much money was it. Oh, I'm not going to say that. As long as he is saying that Charlo did not turn it down, my only point is Charlo didn't turn down no that damn offer. It don't matter what his brother said. They may have been offered it, but Charlo did not turn it down, according to Oscar De La Hoya, the man who made the offer in his own words. Charlo didn't turn it down. That's what he said.
So let me get this straight. Is he arguing that it was technically not Charlo and instead it was his team, so Charlo is free from criticism? Because that's the only argument I hear, which is also weak, because he's the boss. He's the fighter. He's the fighter, you know? That's a very, very weak argument. He is the fighter. Canelo and Makabu bring boxing back to the motherland of Africa. This is a legacy move. I'm here for all of it. We going back home. Playing emoji, boxing emoji. Shout out to London Runs Boxing. I'm really going to make my best effort to go. If it happens out there, especially even though the trainer just made it, he shot us down. He made it seem like it won't happen. But that was London Runs Boxing. Let me screen share that. Pardon me, London. London Runs Boxing. Oh, okay. He got another. But we're going to go with the one we just read first. And then we moving on to Trav. What up? Yo, you been hot in your bets, man. Trying to eat. Even though I ate. He says, Ness, Eddie should offer Rivas the bag to fight Babbitt to set up Canelo versus Babbitt if Babbitt wins. I'm saying Babbitt. It's Babbage. That would be great as long as it lasts. Yeah, man, I don't mind it. Eddie got to set it up for real. Quiggly Wiggly. They called him Piggly Quiggly Wiggly, who Demetrius Andre's fighting. Y'all terrible. See, then y'all want him to get a Canelo fight, but he's fighting Piggly Wiggly. Y'all terrible, man. Jonathan, just sending love. Shout out to Jonathan. Los Nerviolas. What up? He says, Samson was on this show and said Benavidez wasn't ready. Charlo, Benavidez, Andrade are still waiting for handouts. Meanwhile, he unified a division in 1 year and they only fought one a year. Thinking emoji, shaking my head. Yeah, that's the funniest thing. One dude is like collecting belts. The other dudes are like, can I get some more, sir? It's crazy out in these YouTube streets, bro. We got Alex P that says, these guys don't deserve the Canelo fight. Charlo is a bum. Charlo is a bum beater. Biggest win, Williams at 154. Benavidez never beat anybody. Undisciplined. Undisciplined. That has him self to blame. Doing coke and not making weight. Facts. Yo, I'm not laughing at you, but it's these dudes. They're funny, man. They're super chats. None of this shit is personal, even though it's factual. You understand what I'm saying? It's like not our fault. Jonathan, right back with another one. I guess the first one you were supposed to send it with a chat. He says, why should Canelo reward fighters who sit on their hands waiting for their Canelo EBT card? Yo, the fact that not everybody sees it this way is almost insane to me because it's quite obvious that the rest of us, the real world, sees what's going on, and the rest of you guys don't. Lord, he says, get out there and do some work, Johnny from Oakland. Well, shout out to you, Johnny. Shout out to you, Lord. Lord, you guys are making me laugh today. Listen, this is funny. You know what's even more funny, though? You know what's even more funny? The Bud fans, man. How's Canelo do this to you, man? Bud fans, y'all need to tell Bud he got to fight Canelo, man. Canelo disrespectful breaking news like this, ruining fight week for fucking Bud, bro. That's not fair, man. Straight up. Y'all know it ain't. Y'all know it ain't. Uh-oh. Shadow Ghost. Yo, these super chats are hilarious. Uh-oh, another one? Another one? All right, I love him. We love CYP. He want to fight. What up, dog?
You know what's funny, man? I heard you say about these offers and ducking, and since Charlo was offered it, he had to be ducking it. I mean, even though his handlers turned it down. Okay. Luis Ortiz handlers apparently want a absolute least what Dazn and Eddie Hearn is offering. They offered him $5 million. His handlers wanted $10 million for the fight versus AJ on short notice. His handlers wanted the fight. Nobody in their right mind said that Luis Ortiz had ever ducked Anthony Joshua because his handlers turned the fight down. Not Luis Ortiz. But now when it's Charlo, I told y'all yesterday, anytime the Charlos do something, if somebody else did it, it changes the whole game. You just talked about Luis Ortiz. I looked up Luis Ortiz. You can't beat me at this. I pay you to make myself more famous. Anybody want to see me? I'll be in the back call. I ain't super chatting no more.
So let's get this straight again, because he yells, and I know a lot of y'all can't even understand him, but he wants you to believe that Lewis didn't turn down the AJ fight, which, if he Googles a little bit more, there's a $7 million offer. So I really don't know what's his argument, right? He's saying that the team turned it down. So he wants you to believe that either Lewis is not intelligent at all, and his teams make decisions without him, or B, his team is also not intelligent, and they broke the law and turned down the fight without doing their, and I have real troubles with this word, but it's fiduciary duty of showing Lewis the offer. There's no way in the world that a $7 million offer could come in and Lewis doesn't see it and doesn't have the right to say yes or no. He wants you to believe, because I do this. He wants you to believe that his team seen the offer and was like, nah, we're not taking that. And guess what? We're not even going to show it to Lewis. Bro, just stop, man. Just stop. You're good at what you do, but not at boxing. Shadow Ghosts. Shout out to TBA. Whoever the fuck that is. Nothing but a bunch of capping for Charlo and Boo Boo. Canelo just bodied the whole 168-pound division while Charlo waiting on Canelo's stimulus. Yo, hilarious. Hilarious. That was funny. Yo, the Canelo stimulus, the Canelo EBT card, the Canelo lottery ticket, the Canelo Willy Wonka ticket. Lord, what else would it be called? Sheesh. We got Jay Miller that says, it's bad to put down fighters to defend Canelo. I mean, am I really putting them down, or are we talking about their resume? It's in black and white. If I'm putting them down, BoxRec putting them down, right? What the fuck? Here we go. Donald Banks says, Ness at it again, acting dumb, playing dumb, a.k.a. capping. What am I capping about? Did one dude not just undispute? I don't know. Did I not say he ducked Charlo? I don't know. Stop me. Stop me when I'm wrong, please. Stop me when I'm wrong. What we got? Jaime Nieto. Oh shit, Jaime, I see 3. We gonna go ahead and ring the alarm right now. Jaime says Canelo could beat and will come back and beat Charlo, Benavidez, and these haters gonna build another monster. Yeah, it'll be the monster this time. Edgar Balanga. Nah, I'm totally bullshitting. Edgar gotta get his shit together. Damn. Whoa. Whoa. Shit. Jaime Nieto. Let's do it. You on that CYP level. All right. That was one of the many that you sent. The next one is, if what Canelo is doing is so easy, why is your favorite fighter not doing it? I said that. Charlos won't even move to 168. Fuck out of here. I said the same thing. I don't know. If it's so easy, why these other guys ain't doing it? I don't get that logic, bro. It's crazy to me. Really. Big Nick says, the back call struggling today. Nestor 1, back call 0. Oh, yeah. I'm bodying him. This is what I'm saying. They need me on that side. It's better when I'm a Canelo hater, but he rarely does anything wrong except for when he, tried to be a bully in the negotiations with Plant. That's when I got mad. I had to come at him. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, the dude's doing what he's doing. He's achieving greatness, man. Every time at bat. PBC, where you at? Because we went to you, champ. My man's always with this my call shit. We yelled out to you. We was like Seattle. We pumped you up. And then you wasn't there. That's what you love doing that to me. Leaving me dry, man. You like my co-host, you know what I mean? Never there when I call. You know what I'm saying?
Mr. PBC, baby.
BoxingVoice.com. I'm the flyest. Canelo talking about he believes he can win. Go to my kitchen. Get the sharpest knife and cut the bullshit out. I don't care what you do good. I do every fucking thing great.
Mr. PBC, baby.
Yo, what it do? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Man, I missed a couple shows, so the pay-per-view, that's dope. I'll definitely get that. Luis Ortiz, you got Michael Polite Coffee trying to get at, dude again. Anybody who wants to make a bet from New York, come get at me. I'm definitely buying it. I think it's dope. Luis Ortiz is the dude. To this, I looked up Makabu. Pretty cool, he got some decent wins since his loss and stuff. He's pretty good heavy hitter. He lost his first pro fight, I think, and then lost to Tony Bellevue. Hey, I mean, free ticket, easy come up for Canelo. Easy come up. Definitely would like to see what's up. If he's doing it, he's doing it. You can't stop a dude from a plan he made. But I know he needs to get back down to 175 and fight Bivol.
The funny thing is these guys call in, but they won't tell you who else could beat Makabu. I mean, forget why they're not doing it, since that question is too hard to answer for them and they can't. Just tell me who else you think could beat him. And please don't lie, because there are boxing fans listening. Just if it's so easy, who else could do it if given the opportunity? At least say that. Because you guys trying to weasel out that question by saying, oh, well, everybody ain't got money, even though they were Al Heyman and Showtime. Everybody ain't got money. Bunch of freaking bullshit. It's my flock of duck right there. AMG, what up?
Damn, my bad. Trying to take myself off the mute. What's up?
What up?
You hear me, right? Okay, cool. Yeah, man, I was thinking another term could be, they all want tickets to the Canelo Soup Kitchen line. That's another one. But I just think they need to do something. This gives them plenty of time for no more bullshit excuses from all these guys, Charlo, he's in a league of his own, in my opinion, when it comes to ducking. Because you don't say you're going to break someone's neck, then they call you out, and you're nowhere to be found. You just avoid all conversations. Oh, man, I'm at 160. He's definitely in a league of his own, in my opinion. But I think you brought up Benavidez to Boo Boo's dad, right? What does he say? Oh, well, he ain't got no belt. Dude, build your fucking name. Build your legacy. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have a belt because you're not in the position that Canelo's in, right? You're trying to get there, right? So do something. That's your ladder. Benavidez, that's your ladder right there. Go fucking get it. But anyways, Canelo's going to knock out Makabu, make history, 5 division champ. And y'all's great grandkids are going to be like, damn, Canelo, 5 division champ.
Cut it.
Brandon, what up? You must be steaming right now. Your nose blowing smoke?
It's just sad, man. But it's okay. The day will come when all this laughing and giggling and when Benavidez put hands on that man, it's gonna be real funny because it's real easy to sit up and tell somebody do something when you can't pick and choose and strategically try to strategize. I can. This looks like I can do this because I can. When I make an offer, they're gonna jump at it. It's not easy. It's easy to say that when you're not a low risk, low risk, high reward fighter, right? Like it's not easy. They can't do that. They can't. Andre been termed high reward, low risk. You know what I'm saying? So is Benavidez. You know what I mean? So it's just like, see what I'm saying? It's okay. That day will come, man. That day will come. You know, there's some my counterpunch. That's real. Hey, why haven't you played some clips either? Why haven't you played some clips with Tim Bradley and Ken Porter? Ken Porter, the dad of a guy who fought everybody in his weight division. He's calling that shit a duck. You ain't played that yet. Why not? Well, what you waiting on? Why you ain't play Tim Bradley either? That's what I want to know.
SDS Promotions.
TheBoxingVoice.com. It's all right, Brandon. You gonna be all right, man. You gonna make it.
I don't know why he would do that. Why wouldn't he just continue to fight the top fighters that he hasn't fought already? But if he's doing that, I'm gonna say it's a duck.
You think it's a duck from David?
If you moving up there, and you could at least say, okay, I'm gonna take one more fight with a Charlo or one more fight with a Benavidez, and then I'll move up. But if you just gonna move up without fighting them guys at all, it looks like a duck, it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, it's a duck.
Now, somebody tell me why you got to give those guys a shot. I'm lost. He's like, yeah, you gonna move up and you ain't gonna give them guys a shot. But what they do, Brandon? I don't see what they done. But all right, we got Brandon in Cincinnati. Did we ever get to you? I don't know.
Hey, whole nother time zone. Jumped up for back with our mind on. Can't play when you here, get your life stole. If you bring it here, then the price grow. Folks jabbing and punching the line long. I drop a pitch and let 9 go. We slap with the fake glass and white go. This only happens in Ohio.
Yo, Nuts, what up, bro?
What up? No Brandon? Davidian. CYP counterpunch.
Hey, it's funny because I do my research. Let's read this. Team Joshua will make Team Ortiz an offer. However, the latter, Dave promoters and manager Jay Jimenez turned down the offer, claiming that it was insultingly low. In the end, the accusations of a lowball offer were debunked. It has since been reported that Ortiz was offered about $5 million, yet thinking more money could be secured, management turned down the deal. Not only was the deal rejected, it was never even presented to Ortiz. Oh, but Luis is either dumb, his management is dumb, or they're dumb. You can't beat me at this shit, man. Now go ahead and talk some more bullshit to your weird fucking fans when all the boxing world is calling this shit a duck with Canelo. I'll be on their side over there. You can stay over here.
I'm gonna have to get the author of this article on, man, because I don't see no quote. In this website it says what? Three Kings Boxing. I think that's my man. Is it Marcus? No, Brandon. Another Brandon. I think in Houston. Let me see here. Nope. Actually, I think I got him here in this Skype, man. He was on this show the other day. This is horrible because I'm live and I can't remember his name. Sad. Sorry. Mr. PBC wants his boomerang. What up?
Yo. Man, it's kind of crazy that he did it like this, but it is what it is. You got everybody in the world saying, why you moving up when the niggas is getting ready for you. He knows what's up. He's scared of Bivol. He's about to fight a dude whose biggest win was against a dude who's like old as fuck. And when he knocked him out, he was in the hospital and shit. So Makabu, get your bread, do what you got to do, but I don't think he's going to do anything with that. It's this Bivol, man. Bivol's beating everybody. And there's a reason why Canelo's doing what he's doing. It's a strategic, board game plan. Floyd said the same thing. Why don't you play the Floyd one? He's not the face of boxing. He's the face of the rest. He's the rest of the boxing, like everyone else. Like, play that one what Floyd did and Tim Bradley. Because everyone's keeping it real with you. And all Ness's fans basically sound like a bunch of abuse.
Cut it. They my fans now. Y'all hilarious.
Broke out Canelo gonna go up to Cruiserweight. What's your thoughts on that? Do you think he should stay at 168? Get him,
bro. Orchestrated greatness. Oh man, I'm serious. That blows my mind, man. Canelo blows my mind. Going up to Cruiserweight. Okay, who cares? Honestly, who cares, bro? There's some guys in your weight that down below that would love to fight you, that will give you a challenge. Not this. Oh, I don't even know this dude. Who is this dude? I don't even know him.
Yeah.
Nobody knows who he is. But when I say orchestrated greatness, that means that, hey, there's a plan. They moving. They playing check. They playing chess. Yeah. They moving pieces here. They moving pieces there. They playing chess. Oh, well, you know what? We can go get that belt. Yeah, we can beat him. Instead of fighting the guys that are in the
in the house. Yeah.
Good morning, fellas. Ness, you riding solo?
Yes, sir.
All right, man. It's ironic because I was talking about this on the back call last night, and James around. He know that. A few of the fellas know. I was saying after this is said and done, man, and all of us 50 years from now are either old or dead, and nobody's here to tell the story. Not only will Canelo go down as the greatest Mexican fighter, I think we can write this thing 6, 7 divisions, maybe even 8 divisions, as the greatest fighter who ever lived. But the problem is nobody here will be able to tell the story. He'll be Harry Grubb and all these dudes we see on the all-time great list, and we don't know what the hell quite happened. But two things are true here, and we compounding things. Yes, at this point, Charlos need to move on and do some shit, because you cannot earn a Canelo fight. You are only chosen. But they need to go do some shit. And then secondly, aside from that, a whole nother thing is Canelo is on some BS. I love Canelo. He's funny as hell, a good fighter. But this type of move is BS. He beat a country music band for Undisputed. Caleb, Billy Joe, and Caleb, whatever. That's a country music band. Never before in history has a person ran through a gauntlet to Undisputed and the names were Caleb, Colum, and Billy Joe. So this is strategic maneuvering, man. And, it's just sad because Canelo really is that dude. But
They just taking the business route. That's my call.
CYP, courtesy of Izzy.
Yo. Appreciate that. I just find it funny because JP was right. There, two things are true. He's chasing greatness based off of this, and he's ducking. Also, there's a dude, Rummy's Corner. If you're a real boxing fan, you know Rummy's Corner. That dude put together great videos, historic videos about everything. Man, that dude is good. Got 1 million subscribers. Man, do his thing. Boxing. He will break down who Makabu was. He will break down who these guys were. And when you watch it, you're going to see no bias, just talking. He's not going to be a good opponent. Now, it's funny because real boxing fans, trainers, and boxers around have a different narrative than this. But y'all can roll with Ness's narrative and then call us not real boxing fans. But CYP got a cable bill that say he paid for everything. CYP got ticket stubs say he was at the fight. JT training people. But we the ones who are not real boxing fans. But y'all little pussies in the chat who can't even super chat this man $5 to shut me up. Give him $10 right now. Super chat Ness $20 right now, and I will not counterpunch again. Put y'all little pesos together and give him his $20.
Cut it. Why you putting them on the spot, man? Put my callers on the spot, my listeners on the spot. Listen. Truth is, this, bruh. One man's doing everything, the others ain't, man. We making it more difficult than it needs to be. It just boils down to that, man. Who's doing what exactly? Why we got to make it more than that? Simple, man. I don't get it. And because we're sane boxing fans, and we know, like JP said, Canelo chooses you. So because of that, we have to be pushing the fight that we know can get made. Well, what fight is that? Oh, the fight with the two fighters on the same side of the street. Kind of the way Plant and Benavidez were on the same side. And now Plant, Benavidez, and Charlo are on the same side. And look, maybe Charlo does fight a Plant. He allegedly said, I'm going to see you, bro. Right before he said, I think you could beat Canelo. I guess that ain't going to happen now that Caleb ain't win. I don't know. Jaime Nieto says all these dudes hating on Canelo, but they big up Floyd fighting a 60-year-old Chavez. These dudes not real boxing fans. They just haters. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's difficult, bruv. Difficult. Alex Vega back with another one. Alex, time to ring the alarm. Oh my God, he's hilarious. Look at you, you funny guy. He said, you mean no one is excited for Andre Quigley? I don't know if he's being sarcastic or not, bro. But I'm reading that as pure sarcasm. Okay. Is anybody excited? Hey, King Born. Hey, yo, King Born here. Yo, you want a live fight chat for that, King Born? Quigley Andre. And yo, Ness, don't diss us. Andre Quigley, the biggest fight of the year. Dude's gonna be in the supermarket with their women on Saturday, man. That's the BS right there. I'm telling you. Support your favorite fighter, man.
When you see old dirty bastard fall in a position like that, then you know that I'm getting ready to bust your
Hey, yo, King Born, you might have to hang up and call back in. Counterpunch, Mr. PBC.
Man, this shit crazy. Ness, you sure is wildin' today.
What
This
you
the old
mean?
Ness. I remember when them niggas were calling in talking about Ness is a hater of Canelo. He was pulling their hair, screaming in their ear and shit, smack them in the back of the
I
head
was
while they
just
walking
defending
away.
what's right. I was just defending what's right. I ain't liked it,
Now
you
what's
know.
right? Hey, do you know who Makabu is?
I always knew who Makabu was. I got pictures and videos with
Oh,
him in
nice.
Mexico, and he got
Who you got winning?
I mean, Makabu
Yeah,
should
well
be the
let
favorite.
me get my yeah, I feel you. But yeah, let me say this. Bivol, he's running from Bivol, and that's why Eddie. I like what Eddie did. He's setting Bivol up because obviously Betterby's running from him too. For John Ryder, who's obviously gave someone a good fight, and then he knows he was going to move back down. So it is what it is. We're gonna see Bivol versus a real good fight because obviously Floyd is saying the same thing, and Chavez. The dude ain't fighting the best.
Yeah, I
Oh,
don't know what you're
and
saying.
Chavez, I think, said the dude's a cheater. He be taking them PEDs. You know them blue pills.
Cut it. Dudes love to hate, man. They love to hate. It's crazy. King Born, what up?
Hey, listen, first of all, I love my TBV comrades. I love my TBV live chat comrades. Let's get to it. Hey, listen, y'all. I need everybody to hear me. I've been told y'all that Bud and Eru is not fighting ever, and I'm going to tell it right now. There's a new dish on the street, and it's a good dish to eat. It's called roast duck. But let me tell y'all something about Canelo. I don't like him. We all don't like him. But this motherfucker fight. And I thought Ness was smoking sex, money, and murder, the new dust that he was smoking when he said that shit about Usyk. But yo, think about it. Put your thinking hat on. Take your hat off, put it back on your head. Let me cook 10 more seconds, Ness. Think about this, right? He going up to cruiserweight. Fuck who he fighting, a dude that's 9-30, whatever. That guy see the game plan here. When he get the cruiserweight, he gonna go to that bridgerweight. He gonna fight Usyk or Chivas Reeves. He gonna fight him next. Not coming down to 168. He's not coming down to 160 anymore. That shit is over with y'all, man. Your brothers there, they ain't fighting. They only fight once every 2 years. Y'all gotta get this shit on. And y'all know I don't give a fuck about Canelo.
Cut it. Yo, that's crazy, yo. I did say Usyk AJ, and I did think, Canelo Canelo Usyk, and I did think Canelo would beat Usyk until he beat AJ. But could you imagine Canelo at a heavyweight? That's gonna be the biggest fight. He gonna make I know AJ was rumored to get 60 that one time, that first fight in Saudi, right? So they gotta be paying like Canelo like 100, 150 for a heavyweight fight. Easy. 'Cause that's danger, man. That's true danger. It gets slept up in there. We got Jaime Nieto with another one. He says, you know how Jamel is trash? No, not Jamel. See, and that's what I'm saying. Everybody they like the Charlos need to do. It's not they. It's not Charlos. It's Charlo, man. I'm not bulking Jamel into this conversation. He got nothing to do with this, man. He got nothing to do with this. He do what he got to do. He done what he got to do. If he going to get a tune-up or a mandatory, amen. If he going back into the undisputed, amen. But he did, and he's doing. We ain't talking about Mel. We talking about Maul. And Jaime Nieto, the super chatter that I'm screen sharing, says, Jermal is trash. His brother calling Canelo the best fighter in the world. Whose brother speaks out against their own? Fuck out of here. Yo, y'all nitpicking on anything now. But I hear you. I hear you. You know, if my brother was in, I don't know that I'd be saying Canelo the best if my brother's in that division. You know what I'm saying? But technically, he not in that division. I ain't a 68-pounder, bro. We got Facts 100. He says, oh, wow, come on. CYP, pull your skirt down. Your bias is showing. Laugh out loud emoji. We got Rada of the Storm back with another. He said, who am I going to believe? Oscar, who can't keep his nose away from the sugar, or his own brother? CYP, just because you are screaming, don't make it a fact. Bad girl TKO. Yo, shout out to you. You always out here. You be rocking with us, man. I mean, well, man. Khan versus Canelo was at 155 because it was for the middleweight belt. Also, Canelo fought Khan because Golden Boy promised him a pay-per-view, but couldn't fight Floyd or Pac-Man. So it sounds like she's saying it's all Golden Boy's fault. I'm going to take it. We running with that. Golden Boy did it. Just like they're the ones put the rehydration clause for Jacobs. Ozzy, who says, what? Foot decoded? CYP needs some CBD. Always shouting. Laugh out loud emoji. And clown emoji, salt emoji. Damn, they trying to say he's salty. We got Jaime Nieto with another one. Jesus. Jaime says, which one is it? Because my man got a bunch. Right here. He says, I love how dudes want to pick and choose when they want to say Oscar is credible, when it fits their argument, but we'll turn around and call him a cokehead. Very true. Or a cross-dresser. Or all that other stuff. You know how it is, man. You know how it is. You know how it is. London runs boxing. Uh-oh, London. We got you. I never seen him super chat twice. Oh, look this guy. Look this guy. Where's this at? He says, doesn't that guy have a woman's talk show like Jada Pinkett Smith? Hashtag entanglement. Oh, he's talking about CYP. Yeah, what's wrong with that? You know, like, yo, when did it become bad to have a show with all women? When did it become bad to hang out with women? Come on, London. But I get it. They coming at you, CYP. That's because, you know, you stir the pot, so they want to throw the pot at you. We got Alex Vega again, and he says, all right, where is that one? All right, I'm going to have to just read it. I can't find it. Maybe tomorrow we will talk about Bud versus Porter. There it goes. Screen share that. Yeah, maybe tomorrow. No, tonight. Tonight is previews and predictions at 7 p.m. Eastern. Thank you for reminding me to remind everybody that we are back tonight in 6 hours because it's almost 1 o'clock already. I'm out here rocking out forever in a day. But you know what I say, and I say it every day. I love what I do, so it ain't working. Jaime Nieto with another one, and he says, nope. Where is it? All right. I can't find it to screen share, but I'll read it. He says, didn't Charlo also duck a $7 million offer from Andre? Hands up emoji. Yeah. Not according to Charlo fans, but according to Eddie, yes. Jovan Soto, what up? Jovan. He says, now it's a great opportunity for the other waiting on Canelo to fight each other. Stop chasing Canelo. He's just one guy in the sport of boxing. Absolutely. We're all saying the same thing except for the people that want to just win arguments. It's like, look, bro, we get it. You want a Canelo shot, but he doesn't just, he picks you. So can you do something in the meantime that isn't Montiel and Hogan's and shit like that? Can we get some good shit? Can we get something better than the Quiggly Wiggly Piggly basket? Boxing experto. He says, shout out to the LDBC lovers who complained about the Euro Tour, but still have the All-American Bivol Beterbiev as the new American hope. That is true. That is true. A lot of people still do want Bivol, Mr. PBC, Beterbiev, plenty of y'all, to be the next guy, but you call Canelo a Euro Tour. You said he's on a Euro. Yo, you guys are clever, man. Shout out to Boxing Expert. That is very true. We're going to LV Slugger.
Only time y'all see me in Rays is when I turn into the Bronze Mama. I want a body, and he gonna be the body. The ambulance better be ready, the medical better be ready, the referee better be ready. They better have that towel to be able to throw it in.
SDS Promotions.
Was it right?
LV Slugger.
TBV, how I sound?
Straight.
How I sound?
Straight.
Yeah, man. The more I think about this shit, you know what I'm saying, more and these shows, you continue to do these shows. We got one of the biggest fights that's official this weekend, and we talking about some shit that ain't even official yet. But the more I see what's going on in WBC, how they work with Canelo, man, that Bridgerweight division was made for Canelo. That Bridgerweight division was made.
You trying to call it the long game conspiracy then, huh?
That division was made for Canelo, man. WBC, the only one, no other sanctioning body is that division, and WBC got it going on. I'm telling you, man, that division is made with Canelo, and I love how you keep throwing Wilder in there, talking about some Bridger, why he didn't do something. I'm telling you, the biggest fight in boxing. Let him go to Bridger. This is the only fight I advise Wilder to go to Bridgerweight for. Canelo.
Now it's okay to fight Makabu or Makabu as long as he end up with Wilder. Yo, that would be, listen, you see, at CYP, you ain't said nothing about the Luis Ortiz fight. You see, I'm a better Wilder fan than y'all. You dudes literally want Wilder to fight Canelo when they've been criticizing him for not fighting fighters. So now you want him to fight a 40-pounder at heavyweight. Or Bridgerweight, excuse me. You guys don't know how to be his fan, man. You're ruining him. You're ruining his legacy, bro. What in the hell is going on? He said the biggest fight to make is Canelo and Wilder. Yo. Canelo is that meal ticket, bruh. I never thought I'd hear a day where they would want to see Wilder Canelo. I mean, I want it now. You put it out there, I want it. Wow. Lee Dre says, why is everyone waiting for Canelo? Why? Lee, because they are afraid to lose the Canelo shot. If you lose, you're out of the running. You're done. And that's what it is. The fear. That's why they fighting nobodies. Young Profeta says, here you go, Ness. No more counterpunch for CYP. Super chat. Elite. Oh, laugh out loud. $20. Look at this guy. Shout out to you. Shout out to you for the shout out to you for the dub. Young Profeta. Young Profeta. Shout out to you. Let me see. Do we got any money sound bites? Oh, yes, we do.
Payday. You want payday.
I know that. Payday. They want payday. I know that. That's why they won't fight nobody. I know that. Looking for a payday, so they won't fight nobody. I know that. Order in the court. Order in the court. Let's get back to it. Majimbe? Boomerang? Boomerang?
Yes, I'm good, brother. Keep it rolling.
All right. Mr. CYP, it is your turn.
Look, you shouldn't even have went to me. Like I told them, if they paid, I did tell them I wouldn't counterpunch. But I meant I would stop. Like, I appreciate whoever did that 20, but we can do this every day. Every day, if y'all don't want me to call in, if y'all give $25, one of y'all got to give 25, not 5. One of y'all give $25 a day, I won't even call in. Just let me know when the 25 was hit. If not, that's going to make it sure that you motherfuckers love hearing me talk. Because $25 from all these fans, all these live listeners, it's only $25. You got that kind of money, right? Since I'm the broke one, the liar, the one who's I'm the loser. Man, please. So let's make that truth. Every day, one person sending $25. CYP won't even counterpunch. Ha 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 ha. You won't do it because y'all losers. CYP out.
I would miss you. Who else I'm gonna go back and forth with, man? You know? Who we got? We got Fred the Boss. Oh shit. They coming for you, champ. Shout out. Look at the love you caught. But you see, it's so CYP, you're so masterful. It all goes back to him though. He made y'all do it at the end of the day. But I ain't mad. You know I ain't mad. You know I ain't mad because CYP, you know, he did a Canelo. He got me a
payday. You want payday.
I know that. Shout out to Fred the Boss. Dropping that fat dub just like a boss. And he says, here's a 20 piece. Stop the cat. Now, we don't know if he meant that for CYP. He could be telling me to stop the cap. I don't know. But, oh, shit. Young Profeta back with another one. And he said, here you go, Ness. No more counterpunches for CYP. Super Chat Elite. Laugh out loud. Is that the same one? Oh, that might be the same one. Sorry. Jaime Nieto back with another one. Damn, Jaime. You out here on some Monguilla shit. He throwing mad punches. He says it's crazy to me. These dudes calling in, super chatting, justifying all these other guys sitting on the sideline. I know. I don't get how they are defending it. That's the weirdest part. It's like, and it's difficult to do. You know, it's like they're fighting one times a year. They're fighting horrible competition, and people still lying for them. Is basically what you're doing, you know. But anyway, it was this one I was supposed to screen share. And now the next one is, I bet Charlo would have a problem. No, I bet Charlo would have no problem. Would have no problem fighting Canelo if he wasn't vaccinated. Remember that whack-ass excuse he made for not fighting David? Yo, hilarious. That is true. But I'm telling you, he doesn't get called the Doug, bro. He's got like that charm. He could do no wrong. He could do no wrong, basically. He could do no wrong. But we got Midwest Boxing. It says, hope you bigots and racists stay out of Africa. Whoa. Okay. I mean, you know, I do want to watch the fight, and I want to go. Hope I am allowed. And that is everyone. That means that I can go to Intrigue the Incredible. Intrigue. Hamilton. Natural Whiz. Counterpunch. LV Sluggers.
Hello.
Hello.
You
straight?
Saying that? Nah, I don't wonder. I'm saying though, if he go to Bridgerweight, that's the only fight I advise Wilder to go down in Bridgerweight and do.
But you'll be calling
Come
it a
up.
cherry, right? It'll be called this. Look, Wilder versus Canelo. Or should I say Canelo versus Wilder? The biggest duck in the heavyweight division. Wilder attempts to be two-time champion by fighting smaller man Canelo. Such a cherry picker, right? That's the title of the show?
Let me go ahead and finish my call, man.
I was going to give you more time. You know that, but you know that's the title of the show, though, right?
But listen here, man. This is all I'm saying. I'm not advising him to go down there at all. But if Canelo's way up there, inch his way up there, put the Bridgerweight division on the map, that'll be the biggest fight in boxing. Canelo Wilder.
So basically what you're telling the audience is that if it's your favorite fighter that's getting a handout, you okay with it being a cherry pick?
Don't touch that chin. That's what I'm talking about.
No, you okay with it? You okay with Canelo cherry picking Wilder because it's Wilder?
I'm just saying, wouldn't that put the Bridgerweight division on the map?
No. What you're saying is that it is a cherry for Wilder. That's why you're okay, because you know Wilder will win for sure. So it's exactly what Antonio Tarver said. It would be a fake. It would be a fake two-time. Be a fake two-time disguised as a real fight with a little man.
Canelo has a great chin.
And you okay with that?
You're going to see what it's talking about. Man.
I know. Look at him. He really trying to sell it. Canelo got a great chin. He trying to sell it. Desperate for Wilder to win another world title. You tripping.
He's going to.
You can't help. You doing a horrible job helping Wilder right now. You making him look worse.
They're talking about if Canelo.
Listen. How we talking about ducking? How we talking about cherry picking? And this man is literally super chatting the counterpunch to call back to make a case for Wilder versus Canelo at Bridgerweight. You can't make this shit up, bruh. And guess what else you can't? Make it make sense. Yo, pound for pound in the building, man. You in the building? Fuck out of here, man. LV Slugger, you're dead. You're fucking dead. You hear me?
You can catch the news first on TBV. Red belt, black belt, WO and green. I'm king. Undisputed GOAT, TBE. And you can catch the news first on TBV. Voice of the people now let me speak. Scientists of the sweet, BOXING.
Yo, TBV was good. Messi by your
Solo Dolo.
Look at you, man, getting me through my work day. Appreciate it. I mean, I got the same conversation I had yesterday. It's not the fight I want. It's not the fight that's going to get me excited about seeing Canelo in the ring again. But hell, after Caleb, I was fine with him doing a tune-up or whatever. So if this is his idea of a tune-up, I just take it for what it is, man. Like I keep saying, I'm excited for the fight this weekend. I can't even believe that we're talking about Canelo right now, but it is what it is, man. So I'm gonna talk about what I want to talk about, man. I caught that final press conference yesterday, man. Bud had that killer look in his eyes, man. And I'm gonna have to make me some prop bets. I was saying I don't know, if, it might go the distance, but Bud had that killer instinct look in his eyes yesterday, and I'm calling for somewhere between 10 and 12 round knockout, man. I done already put my bets from round 8 to round 12, man, on knockout on Bud. So I just want to argue. I'm telling you what I think, man. It's only $5 and $10 bets, man, but they pulling me back $90 and $220, man. So I'm good with it.
You about to lose $5 and $10.
Man, I don't believe it, man. But when I call in on Sunday, either way, I'm gonna be calling saying my guy won, so I'm good.
Bruh, let me tell you something. First of all, you wasting your money putting it on the rounds. On my bookie, Crawford is a plus 160. So anybody that really think he gonna get a knockout, you better
Who you
hurry
think
up.
I do? It's my bookie, man. They got prop bets, man. I think it's like 1,600
Yeah,
for
but
round 8.
I would rather do the win by knockout if you really gonna believe, because you gonna do single rounds. That's dangerous.
I got that too, bro. I got the under 10.5, man. Anything with Bud winning, knocking Porter out, I got it, man. Anything with Bud winning, I got it. Especially from round 8 to 12, man. So
You tripping, man. You out here. You out here. Listen to me. I'm live Saturday for that fight, man. Let's watch it together. I don't believe it's going to knockout. That shit going to decision. The bookies believe it's going to decision. It ain't even like the Canelo Plant fight where I was hoping. I mean, you just got to go to the bookies. Why you think he plus money by knockout? You know, why you think he isn't plus money by decision? You know what I'm saying? He's minus money by decision. Why you think the fight to go to distance is minus money? And I'm going to go ahead and screen share this so you can go ahead and make the right decision. Go to my bookie. Don't forget to use my code BETTBV. Look, right here, Sean Porter versus Terrence Crawford. And they already know who's really the winner. Look, even at the top, Sean Porter. They know. But nah, let me not say that, because then y'all gonna be like, yo, hold on. Stop acting like Porter go win. Don't take my betting advice. You're right. I'm just teasing Terrence. Somehow they got Porter as the ASAP fighter because his name is first. But if you look at this, which I'm highlighting, it says Sean Porter versus Terrence Crawford. Will this fight go to distance? Yes. Minus money. Now, look, that doesn't mean that they always get it right, but they're more right than us, you know. But it doesn't mean that you can't put something on Crawford. A dude that had non-stoppages, this is good money. Plus 160 is great money, you know, for a guy like Crawford that's been getting knockouts. So, you know, $100, you win 260. You know, you get your 100 back plus 160 profit, like my man Young Profeta, you know, except it's two different things. He's the prophet. This is the profit. You know what I'm saying? We're bringing you that profit. But yeah, all you Bud fans, I mean, you know, I ain't saying go hard on a knockout. Like, you know, maybe you could take a 0 off that shit, you know, and hit him with the $10. Oops. Hit him with the 10 and just make 16 plus your 10 back. You know, be happy to win something. You ain't got to win a lot. Be happy to win something. But, yeah, if you believe in a knockout, that's where to go. Now, if you believe in Porter somehow going to get the decision because you've been out here saying that, you know, Crawford ain't fought nobody and yada, 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 well then, you know, you pick Porter. But it say right there, minus 175. That means they don't think it's going to happen. And that's been like that for a while. So he going to have to prove it on Saturday night. You know what I'm saying? He going to have to prove it on Saturday night. Who we got? All right. Jaime Nieto, we said that. Midwest, we said that. King Boxing Pound for Pound says, so is Canelo fighting in Africa? It isn't confirmed. That is the rumor, according to ESPN. Philly, Irish, Drew. Canelo is cherry picking. Not only he's the weakest champion at 200, it's gonna be a caught weight, but he meant catch weight. Laugh out loud. But it's not, because the WBC was already moving down cruiserweight to 190, and they're the trendsetters. You know, everybody else follows them anyway. They're the biggest. Jeremy Rhodes says, CYP, I rarely agree with you, but I'll pay my $5 to keep you around. Aww. Ito Cool, $20. No more. Damn, CYP, that's a lot of people that pay for you not to call in, but I like you, CYP. And shout out to Ito Cool for the fat $20. He says TBV for L. Okay, so for life. Canelo team for life. Ness, the best at this boxing ish. TBV live chat, the best in the boxing world. Well, shout out to you, Etho Cool. G Funky sent you the link, CYP. It's Hispanics Causing Panic, HCP episode 69, Roberto Diaz on D-Style channel. It's the 17.14 minute mark. PBC said no to the offer for Canelo versus Charlo. Damn. Fred the Boss with another 20 dub. Hashtag Caneloist check. Clever. Like the stimulus. Caneloist check. I'll take it. We got Stone Bone Boxing. What up? Stone Bone's going knockout, y'all.
What up? What up? What up? What up? What up?
What up?
What up? Yes, sir. Hey, listen, man. I think this is a great thing for boxing, a great day for boxing fans. You know what I mean? It might not be as great for like some other people, but I think as a boxing fan, this is great. It's taking the pretty girl off the table. She got married. So now you guys can just do whatever you need to do. You know what I mean? It's time to find new women to chase. It's time to find new fighters to fall in love with and lust for and to create those fights. Canelo's at 190 pounds now. So all you 160-pound guys, just forget about it. Men in Black, we're going to splash this thing in your face and you'll forget about Canelo. You should never remember Canelo again. You'll never remember Canelo again. So, and next, I am picking knockout. We looked at the box rec. Since he knocked out Gamboa in 2014, only 2 fights have went the distance. 2 since he knocked out Gamboa. You talk, what's that, 2014? So in 7 years, 2 fights went the distance. KO in 10. Put your money up.
Look, man, I'm not here to say that you wrong, so I'm about to see what that's paying. And KO in 10 is 1,600. Sheesh. So obviously 100 wins you 1,700. $10. Damn, I took the wrong one out. $10 will win you 160. Oh, excuse me, 170. Simplest math. Yep. So that's worth a $10 bet. You know what I mean? But I don't think it's really a 10-round fight, man. Let me see his resume. I was looking at this the other day, and he's all over the place with them knockouts. There's no pattern there, if that's what you going off. I don't know why you're saying late. Maybe you're saying late because Porter gets dropped late, 11th and 12th, and you feeling like Crawford's better, so you're going to get it done sooner. But, he hasn't even, look, the last 10-round knockout was Diaz, and that dude was small, bruh. And then the other dude to go 12 was your man. What's his name? Benavidez. And he had one leg. You see the way when he got knocked down with the right. He fell right on that knee. That knee was not there, man. Shit wasn't there. He fell smooth on that fucking brace. And again, them dudes ain't Porter, man. You talking about this weird, he had a nice style. I can't even front. It was like a mixture of a Sergio Martinez and Sean Porter, Felix Diaz, but he's not Porter. He's 140, bro. He's not, it's not Porter, But I get you. $10 ain't nothing for me. I could spend 10 to make 160. 170 back is what you're bringing home. I could spend that all day. I ain't got no issue. I need a win. I'm waiting. I need a win. I showed my account. I told you I'm not trying to replenish. I'm trying to use they money. I still got my free money in there too. So I still got that other $102 worth of free money. But let me see. I'm about to ask the group, what's this weekend's play? And I know everybody's going to say something with Bud. It's obvious. I wish we had group rounds. I would be more satisfied with group rounds to bet. Hopefully after the weigh-in we get that. I would say don't bet all your money just yet. You know, if you want to go ahead and lock in that round 10, cool. But I like betting in group rounds. Like, you know, if he likes 10, well, then I'd rather get 8, 9, 10, you know, or 10, 11, 12. You know what I mean? I'd rather group rounds. And again, Benavidez on one leg went 12. And Porter, you know, he's going to have to get stopped, knocked out to get stopped because he doesn't want to get stopped. And you know what they say, right? About the dudes that don't want to be stopped. You can't stop him. Like, he knows what's going on. I just don't know. You know, that's hard for me. But again, I'm telling you loudly, I am biased. I know Porter too long, so I want to believe that he can't get stopped. You know, I want to believe that he's as durable as we all have been saying he is. Obviously, you know, Saturday night, that durability will be checked yet again. And he will either go down as one of the toughest fighters in boxing, one of the most durables, or they'll start saying after this fight that he's finished. You know, we'll see. Because, you know, that's what happens when Crawford fights these guys, you know. They're not really out here. I mean, I guess Cav Velasquez took that loss pretty well. He did. It's not like he's done or looked done in the Victor Ortiz fight or nothing like Virgil Ortiz, excuse me. So crazy. Stainless, what up? Got your mic open. Oh, you straight. All right. Oh, you back.
All right, you ready?
You back, bro. What's up? What you doing? Oh, wow.
Sorry, my Bluetooth kept cutting in and out, so I was getting on. This fight, the Canelo thing is cool, man. Like I'm not a fan of it. I'm not excited for it, but I'm a boxing fan, so I'm gonna watch it. Like I said, I was willing to give him a pass after after he went undisputed, so I can at least give him a pass. You know, if this is his version of a pass. It ain't the fight I want. It's not the fight that I'm excited for. I mean, we all talking Benavidez and Charlo and all these other fighters. I agree, but you know, like I say, he gave me what I wanted. You know what I'm saying, and going undisputed. So take a little break. You know what I'm saying, hell, he might be going to cruiserweight so he can be ready to come back down and acclimate to 175. We never know. So I mean, hell, this fight ain't been made yet, so it ain't no use in me getting mad about that when the fight that I've been waiting for is here, baby. Sorry, though, I got to get back to work, man. As I always say, please make sure you push that thumbs up. Share this in every episode of the Boxing Voice podcast. This is TBV for life. And if you ain't on Patreon, it's because you're stupid. Shout out to BRT. Thanks for another long show, man. I'll see you later.
You got it. Catch me on the next one tonight, 7 p.m. Easterns. Next Thursday morning, we'll have Sandor Martin. Yeah, we got him. Peace.